All right, we're going in early. We're going in early. What is up, everybody? How are you? Welcome back. Or, well, I am back. Thank you, thank you. Hello, hello. How is everyone? X Crazy, thank you for the 11 months. Also, thank you for the gift sub. I appreciate you guys. Thank you, everyone, for the early subs. I appreciate all of you. DJ Truck-kun, thank you for the tier 1. Welcome to the stream. Appreciate that. How is everyone? I missed you guys. Welcome back to the stream. Akunem with the 12 months, 1 full year. Chris with the 7 months. Welcome back. I hope you didn't miss me too bad. Can we start the week with the Pepe D? You know what? We can. Card guesser today. Yes. Yes. Welcome back, HCKO. Appreciate that. Is it still cursed though? We will have to find out. We will have to find out. Oh, that's a lot of subs. Connor Joe, thank you for the 8 months. Grandmark, thank you for the 5. Welcome back. Golden Dark, thank you for the Prime. And what to say, thank you for the 6 months. I appreciate you guys so much. You guys really held back on these. Appreciate that. Thank you. We have a lot of stuff to talk about. I'm sure there's a lot of stuff that I missed during the week I was gone. I already have a ton of tabs open of things I need to look at. And then this morning, there was even an announcement for Master Duel Worlds. They did announce. I think they announced how to qualify for the Master Duel World Championship and how it's gonna work and everything. I haven't looked at it yet, but that's among the things now that we're gonna do. Ogre was taken. Thank you for the 9 months. You're welcome. Also, Foxy Elemental, thank you for the Prime. Welcome back. But there's a lot of things we need to talk about. They so much happened. They announced new cards for the TCG. They announced they released tier limits in Master Duel, which I haven't experienced at all yet. The Legendary Collection dropped. The all kinds of stuff. And like I said, Master Duel Worlds and whatnot. Good morning, Pazim. German Open Finals was a mirror match of the deck you played in London. Yeah, I saw. All right. But why don't we start with a good old card guesser round, as well as some good old remix. Y'all get the first one free this time. Hold up. Me pause the other music. Parev, thank you for the 4 months. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. And then we see if it's cursed or not. Hold up. So far, so good. We start the card guesser. You can get the Wordle? Okay. This looks somewhat familiar. I think it's like a crash bug, but yeah. This is Great Moth, I think. Yeah. Ooh, this is like Lady of Fire? No. Oh, it's Fire Sorcerer? Really? Hmm. All right, there we have Gem Knight Pearl, I think. Yeah. Ooh, now I need to start the music again. Is this Wasteland? No. Thank you so much, Sir Light. You appreciate that. Dino Mist. Stegosaur. No, Spinos. Yes. Precipic, thank you for the 1,000 bits. I'll read it in a second. This is Pulse Mines. Let me finish this one real quick. Oh, Millenniumize. This one, I am not sure what that is. Nope, I don't know what that. Oh, wait, no, Formula. Oh, we don't talk about it. This is a Libromancer card, I believe, but it's like... No, it's not. Okay, apparently it's not. Apparently it's called Power Jersey. Power... Jersey... Powered Jersey, okay. Richie Evo, thank you for 5 months. Appreciate that. I'm getting utopic vibes? No. Oh, it is Zexel. Okay, Zexel Field. All right. What do we have here? Oh, is that like the Noble Knight Round Table? Is that called Round Table? Yeah, okay. It is that. Ice Barrier, I think, which means I skip. Yep. Okay, someone's gonna know this. Surely. Bond between. All right. Bond between teacher and student. Sus. Tindernet, thank you for the 3 months. Oh, this is like the tribute monster for Dark? Silent Abyss. Yeah. What is that? Megalith Fool? Really? Okay, I would have not known that. No shot. Oh, nah, it's a Flower Guardian. No, 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 no. Mm-mm. Nope. Uncle Ollie, thank you for the 10 months. That's a long time. Appreciate that. This looks like one of those psychic types. Oh no, it's a worm. Okay, I've never seen that one before. We are, in fact... Oh, Ape. And it's not Zeman. Oh, Ego Ape. I think you might be right. No? Egotistical Ape. Yeah. Is that Dark Eruption? No, it's not. Oh, but I've seen this before. I think oh, maybe not. Maybe not. Guard Mines. Okay, no, actually not. Oh, this is something... This is Wing Weaver, yeah. This... I am not familiar with. Howl of the Wild. All right. This is Triamid Pulse. No, it's not. Oh, God. Triamid Fortress? Cruiser. Unfortunate. The last one. SMG Incredible. Thank you for 5 months. Welcome back. Appreciate the prime. It was an ultra rare in a champion pack, I think. This one. Magicians Unite. I think that's what it's called. Yeah. So far not familiar with this. I don't think I am familiar with this. No, S-Force. Okay, yeah, no shot. S-Force is like an archetype that completely missed me. I don't know. And like S-Force is just I have no idea about that. Okay, this is C6. Yeah. This looks familiar. Oh yeah, because it's Fearmonger. Yeah. Mm-mm. We're not doing too hot so far. The hell is that? Oh, appliancer. Okay. Gravekeeper, but which one? Which one is that? Gravekeeper's Curse? Yeah. Is this the one where the hero spell where they change in front of a mirror? No, it's not. No, it's not, and I have no idea what it is. Proof of what? Is it finally just Iron Core? It's never just Iron Core, right? No, it's not. Koaki Ring? Oh, okay. Nice. This might be, what is it called? No, it's not Boral Dragon. What is it called? Barrel Dragon. It might be the OG art. No. Oh, it's Override. No, it's not. Overdrive. That one. Isn't that part of some infinite loops? Isn't that one of those cards? It rings a bell. Oh, it's a shark. I hate sharks. In Card Guesser. Because they're, yeah. This is Charmer Support. Pilica. Well done. I want to say this might be Psyframe Driver. This might be Psyframe Driver. Where is it? No, it's not. Buster Blaster. Oh, okay. Solemn Authority? Yeah. This is the one that counts as 2 tributes for an Earth. But I don't know what it's called, actually. Earth Effigy? Oh, there's one for each. Okay. No, well, not for each, but for some. I want to say that's Win? No, no, it's Gusto something. Yeah. This is Drill Synchron, I want to say. Yep. And here we got, I do not know, Ganbara Knight. Okay. Oh, I know this. Oh, this is old. Is it Fiber Jar? It's Fiber Jar. Yeah. Mm-mm. I want to say Arrow Mage Support. Yeah. I feel like I've seen this. This is because it's in Sun Avalon, right? This is Sunvine Healer? Yeah. That is some Earth's Arctic. No, Ursatron. Some, yeah. Dice. Not Skull Dice. What's the other one called? Graceful Dice. This is something troops? This one? No. Oh, what's it called? A Forces or something? A Forces, yeah. Is that Necro's Dance Princess? Or is it Ice Barrier? Oops. Wait, Gungnir? Oh, it's Gungnir, okay. This is a Valkyrie. but I don't know which one. Maybe it's Chariot, because there is a Chariot. Okay, there was indeed a Chariot. Okay. Alright, it's Ojamas, but what are they up to? I don't actually know. Ojamas? Ojamas Simulation? Alright, I don't know what that card does. Mattel, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate you. Okay, that is a Mermail. I want to say Abyss Nose, maybe. Or Abyss Nere. I think it's Abyss Nose. It is Abyss Nose. I don't know why I know that. I've never played that card. Oh, he's the old fusion monster. Skull Knight, Fossil Knight, something like that. Zombie Warrior, same thing. Yep. I am clueless on this one. Is that another S-Force? No, Future Glow. Okay. What do we have here? I feel like I've seen you before. Wait, oh, another S-Force. Come on. Why do S-Forces always feel so familiar, but like I can never name them? What is it? What kind of weird archetype is S-Force? Banishment of the Dark Lords, right? Yeah. Hellpomer. And here, Fire Fist. Ram. This is giving me Firewall vibes. Firewall Exceed? Yeah. Oh, this is the Cloudian Storm Dragon or whatever it's called. Yeah. Oh, this is Panzer Dragon. Yeah. All right, can we get to 700? Not like this. Not with a math mech. I don't want no math mechs in here. Okay. This might be Diana. Yeah. Oh, we need two good ones. Oh, I know this one. I've seen this. Oh, what is it called? Chat, help me. Quick, quick, quick. Oh, I've seen this before. Ice Mirror. Okay, we have 5 seconds. Oh, not like this. No, I don't know what that is. Oh, nah. Okay. Well, almost 700. Oh, was that Gold Rat, the XYZ? Ah. See, the thing is, I haven't looked at the new Purrely XYZ yet. So I can't tell you about that yet. But we're going to look at it in a second. We're going to look at it today. So yeah, don't worry. You'll get my thoughts on it. But thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. It's busted? Oh, I don't know what it does yet. No spoilers. No spoilers. The 25-minute mark is approaching. Yeah, don't... Okay, no... Surely it's not... I still don't know why that happens. But I hope it doesn't happen today. Anyways, let's quickly do this. Let us quickly do this, and then we will get into the daily stuff. We start with Rongo, because Rongo is busted at this. Okay, not so much. All right. We have a card with an effect that is not a dark, higher than level 4, newer than 2015, so 2016 onwards, and it has defense, so it's also not a link monster. Does this mean, by the way, does this mean, if it's red here, does this mean that it's not an extra deck monster? Just a main deck effect monster? I think that's what it means. I think that's what it means. I got it in 3, okay. Low attack, high defense, but it does have a relatively high level. What is a low attack monster with high defense and high level? That is an effect monster from after 2016. Let me think. It is not a dark, so it cannot be Destrudo. It can't be Shangri era because, you know, Lao Lao? Ooh, Lao Lao is interesting. All right. It is. Oh, it's from 2021 or Scareclaw Kashtira. I don't think it can be that anymore because it's not a psychic. Scareclaw Kashtira. That's not on here. Oh, it doesn't have the newest sets yet. Okay, interesting. High level earth monster. With very high defense. Very high defense, 2021 or 2022. It can't be Ruin Force because it is under 1500 attack. Therion. Oh, it could be a Therion. There's that one Therion that's relatively small. Oh, okay. It was Therion Reperfume. All right. Well done. 3 tries. Although not by myself, of course, but that was, I think I get that one eventually. Yeah, well done. There wasn't that many options because high-level monsters typically don't have this low defense. Tyrion Leaper Fam. All right, there we go. Okay. And with that, we get into the stuff. So let me tell you guys about the plan for today or this week. For the streams, because there's a lot of stuff we need to do after being away for an entire week. We are not going to hop into Master Duel right away. That I have planned for tomorrow. Going deep dive into some tier limit metagame. That is something I have planned for tomorrow. Today, I want to mostly recap all the things that happened while I was gone, because there was a lot of announcements, a lot of new cards, a lot of stuff that I want to talk about, give you guys my opinion on, and then, you know, we'll see how long that takes. But there's a bunch of things I want to react to today and talk about. Some of which I may not even know about yet. Like, if there's anything that you think is interesting that happened during the last week, you can let me know if we are not covering it. But there's a bunch of things I want to talk about. And, yeah. So that's what we're going to start with. Who's running Joshua Schmidt Plus? The editor. My editor for the main channel is also running the Plus channel. I hope you like it. It's been going really well on the Plus channel recently, I think. I feel like people are really enjoying the Plus channel. It actually, during the time I was on vacation, during the last week, the Plus channel actually made more views than the main channel, more clicks and more watch time and whatnot. So like, I think it's being well received. Tyjantic, thank you for the 10 months. Welcome back. What do you mean if you don't get this one, we have a problem? Isn't it just the Ra chant, but for Ronin Totem? Isn't that all that there is to it? So no stream from July 31st to August 8th, since you're definitely in Japan at that time. Well, I mean, Prage, hopefully. But yeah, they did. I guess that's something we can start with. They did officially announce the date and location for the 2023 World Championships. So this is something we can start off with. They did announce the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championships 2023, which are going to be the first weekend in August, I believe. Like August 5th, August 6th. I think that is the weekend for the World Championships. They did also announce, and that is something I have not looked at yet. They did also announce how to qualify for Master Duel Worlds. And that is something I'm very interested in. Of course, you guys know I try to qualify for the TCG, but there's no way to guarantee that. If in case anyone doesn't know, the TCG World Championship this year, you qualify for in two ways if you're from Europe. The first way is you get top 3 at the European Championship, which is something that, of course, I mean, you can try, but you can never guarantee that. The second way is by going through a qualification system with the world's qualifying points, which you collect throughout the entire year, and then the best performing people from the world's qualifying system will have to play for a couple of spots. Uncle Ollie, thank you for the gift sub. Which hasn't always been the case. In the first years that they introduced the world qualifying points, the best point earners would just get a guaranteed qualification to the World Championship, which is something that, you know, is not a thing anymore. The way it's going to work out this year is, and this year is actually the hardest out of the recent years, because there's going to be 32 players from the world's qualifying point system playing for just 3 slots. So no one is ever going to be, there's no guarantee that you're going to make it to the TCG World Championship. No matter how good your year was, no matter how good your season was, doesn't matter. You still have to go through either the European Championship and finish top 3, or go through the qualifying bracket of 32 players and make top 3. With that in mind, like I said, I will try to qualify for the TCG World Championship. It's always like my main goal, but if it doesn't work, I am definitely interested in trying to qualify for Master Duel. Like, depending on how it's gonna work. Depending on how it's gonna work, I am definitely interested in trying. So we will see about that. Rejas, thank you for the 6 months. Good morning to you as well. So let us see how this exactly is going to work. Konami have announced the first details for the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championships 2023 being held in multiple stages, culminating in the grand finals on August 5th to 6th in Japan at the Tokyo Big Sight Exhibition Center. Okay, this is where the main World Championship tournament is going to happen, right? Funatsu, thank you for the 4 months. That also made us hit the sub goal very, very early. Thank you so much for that. Okay, that means you get another remix while we look at that. Actually, let me update the sub goal and you guys Pepe D, and then we continue reading. I feel like reading on while there's a Pepe D's going on is not the best idea. But yeah, thank you so much, Funatsu. Welcome back. Appreciate you. If you are qualified for both, do you play both? Well, you can't do that. Nifska, thank you for the 4 months. You cannot do that because you are going to be... You cannot split yourself up because they're happening at the same time, right? The Master Duel World Championships and the TCG World Championships, alongside the Duel Links World Championships, actually happen at the exact same time, you know, August 5th to 6th. So I don't actually know how it would work if someone qualified for both. I don't think anyone has ever done that before. But I guess you would just have to choose. You would just have to choose which one you want to participate in. And then, you know. Check your DMs on Discord. I don't see a DM on Discord. Despise, thank you for the 6 months. And my body is Reggie. Thank you for the 9. it's always TCG. I mean, I personally would pick TCG if I qualified for 2. I can't stand Trump's voice anymore. Maybe we'll switch it eventually. But maybe not. I don't know yet. Anyways, let me. The stages include WCS Qualifiers 2023, in-game event, individual placing, World Championship finals, team battle in groups of 3. Team battle in groups of 3. Here's the full details about how to qualify and the new team-based finals. Okay. A team-based finals. And how does a team qualify? Well, I mean, we're here to find out. All right. The World Championship 2023 qualifiers is an in-game event that anyone can participate in and works in the same way as not the Duelist Cup, separated into stage 1 and stage 2 of the event. Oh, god damn it, dude. Matty Naps, thank you for the 5 gift subs. I appreciate that so much. Thank you. No, dude. I didn't want it to be that way. I was expecting it, to be honest. I can't say I'm surprised by this. I really can't be. I can't be surprised. I can't even act surprised. I think that was kind of like, you know, the thing. But bruh, I didn't want it to be that way. Okay. The key dates, the first stage is going to be May 16 to May 29. And then we have regional qualifiers from May 26 to May 29. And then the rankings are announced on June 9. The top ranked player in each region at the end of the regional qualifiers round will be eligible to participate in the World Championship finals. The number of finalists will vary per region. Okay, so a few things about this. What does this even mean for some people that maybe haven't played in any of the Duelist Cups before, or in how this is going to work? Like, if you don't know, there's going to be a first stage in the game where you have to play from like Duelist level 1 to Duelist level max, which I think is Duelist level 20, right? You have 2 weeks to achieve this. You just have to play through all the stages, and if you get to the maximum level, you qualify for stage 2. Right? This is how you do it, right? You go through stage 1 and you qualify for stage 2. And then stage 2 is apparently from May 26th to May 29th, a weekend where you just it's basically an entire weekend where you just have to play as much as possible and get the highest score possible. Like, you can play as much as you want. Every win, you get some points. Every loss, you lose some points. And whoever is first place in Europe will qualify. And this has been done like this before in Duel Links, as their method to qualify for the World Championship. And this is honestly, I think it's pretty exhausting. I think it's not the greatest way of qualifying. Let's be real. I think it's very, very awkward because like it incentivizes very unhealthy behavior of like staying up as much as possible for an entire weekend. I think it's quite bad. I really was hoping they would do something else, but I guess this is what we have now. Will I play in it? Probably. Like, as much as I don't like it, I am like, my competitive spirit just forces me to try it. Like, I just kind of have to do it. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just kind of forced to do it. I don't know exactly how I'm gonna do it. If I'm gonna stream it or not is something we'll have to see. I like something as serious as a World Championship qualification. I would really like to not put at the risk of getting stream sniped. So maybe if I do stream it, I might put on a delay or something like that. I don't know. I also want to make sure one other thing that I have noticed when I play while streaming is, of course, I feel like I play a little bit worse when I try to entertain chat at the meantime, right? If that makes sense, right? If I'm like trying to focus on the game, but I also have to like talk to chat and whatnot, I tend to have less mental energy to focus on the game, of course. So maybe I'll do it in a way where I just stream, but I just try to focus on the game rather than interacting with chat, and just put a little delay in, maybe, you know. I think it's gonna be less interactive as a stream, and maybe people are not gonna like it as much as the usual streams, but it's still better than no stream, I suppose. So I'll probably play it. I'll probably play it if I have time on that date. As far as I am concerned, it is not overlapping with any major tournaments that I plan to attend for the TCG. Like, it's not on the same weekend as the German National Championships. It's not on the same weekend as the European Championship. People in chat are saying it does overlap with the UK National Championships, which that's a bummer, honestly. That is bad for all the UK players. And me, thank you for the 5 months. And Just a Demo, thank you for the 8 months. But yeah, I was really hoping it wouldn't be like that. But yeah, I guess it is what it is. I mean, to be fair to all the UK people, I mean, unlucky, but let's be real. The European national season has like nationals almost every weekend, so they really can't dodge all of them, I feel like. Right? They can't dodge every single, like, and like the UK is just the unlucky ones this time, you know, like unfortunate. I guess if it's that important to you to try and play like a national championship and try to qualify for this, you can just go to a different nationals, right? Technically. Unless all the tickets have already sold out. So that might be a problem, because the ticket sales have already started for most nationals. It's a mess either way, but yeah, it is what it is. The one thing that I don't understand, I'm sure they will clarify, but it says the finals, so like the World Championship, is going to be a team battle in groups of 3. But it only speaks from the top ranked player in each region. So only one qualifies from each region, which is kind of busted. Like, not busted, not in a good way. It's kind of crazy to think that only one player qualifies. But how are they going to put us into groups? Okay. The World Championship 2023 finals will be held in Japan as an offline event on August 5th and August 6th. Yugioh Master Duel World Championship finals will be a team battle with duelists competing in groups of 3 players. Those who are selected as regional representatives will be asked to select 2 duelists from the same region to team up with them and apply to participate in the finals. What? So whoever qualifies, the top ranked player in the region qualifies, and they can just bring 2 friends? Oh god, what? That's never happened before, I think. That's never been a thing. You could never just invite someone to the World Championship. Okay, this is... Oh god, this is kind of cool, but it's also kind of weird at the same time. It's cool in some ways, but it's also weird in other ways. Like, it depends, right? It depends how people are going to do it, right? Because it's going to be like, this is so messy, right? Because like, in an ideal world, right? In an ideal world, someone just qualifies for this and then brings 2 of their like testing partners or friends, right? Like, that's the ideal thing to do in the spirit of the game. But then again, there's like so much potential here for people to abuse this system, to like, I don't know if people would do that, but like sell away their spots and whatnot. It's kind of awkward. Also, just like the fact that someone gets to go to the World Championship someone gets to go to the World Championship without actually qualifying is something that just feels kind of weird, right? It's kind of like the World Championship is like something that's so it's meant to be so prestigious and so hard to, you know, to do it, that like just getting invited to it seems kind of odd. Important info: only the DLV Max players who participated in the same region as the regional representative in the regional qualifiers may be selected to join the team. Regional representatives cannot team up with each other. You can only participate in one of the Master Duel, Duel Links, or TCG, of course. I mean, yeah. Green Jesus and Mystic Yugioh, thank you guys for the subs. Appreciate you guys. I mean, okay, only the duelist level max players can do it, but like that's not a very hard restriction. You have 2 weeks to get to duelist level max. You have 2 weeks to go there. I mean, I'll say it up front. If anyone qualifies in Europe, if I don't get through it and y'all need some reinforcements on the team, I'm up, dude. Hit me up. I guess is that what it means, you know? Put me in, coach. Yeah. Then you can participate in TCG Worlds? Yeah, well, if I qualify for TCG Worlds, it's not a problem, of course. Yeah, but we don't know. I don't know that yet. But yeah, that's kind of crazy. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know how I feel about this entire thing of someone just being able to invite 2 people to the World Championships. But it has some cool aspects for sure. It has some cool aspects for sure. But, I mean, we'll see how it plays out. We'll see who qualifies, and we'll see what kind of people they bring with them to the World Championship. Yeah, I mean, that's all there's to it. Yugi also invited Joey to Duelist Kingdom? Okay, fair enough. I am really not a fan of this up here. Of the main method of qualifying. Like whoever gets first in Europe will have to go through such a it's gonna be such a drag, right? To play for so many days and to get a high ranking. I mean, I am like 99% certain that I'm going to try, right? I have, yeah. I'm pretty sure I have time on that weekend, and I'm pretty sure that I will be, you know. We have someone in Farfar's Discord who played 60 hours both Duelist Cups and barely made top 100 both times. I mean, there is one thing I will say. It does not only matter how much you play, you also need to like have a certain win rate, right? It's not only about grinding as hard as possible. And I can say this because I have tried in the past, I have tried this in Duel Links. And in Duel Links, usually you wouldn't have to play the entire weekend. You would actually get to sleep. Not much, but you would actually do that. Aren't you already qualified for Paper Worlds? No, there's no guaranteed way to qualify for Paper Worlds this year. There's only it's going to be decided at the weekend of the European Championship, and there's no way to guarantee a qualification before then. Account sharing is a weird thing. I hope they have a system to remove that problem. I don't know how that would work. Yeah, I guess that could be something. Oh, yeah, this is... Oh, I haven't even thought of that. Oh, that's not good. It incentivizes that behavior, right? Like, it incentivizes to share an account with 3 players, I suppose, right? Where you play and sleep. I hope they have... I mean, there is probably a way to tell that that's a thing with, like, IP and whatnot. There might be a way they can, like, they can identify that, because that's certainly against the rules, right? It's certainly against the rules. And, yeah. they do take a while to validate the results, right? They have like, it ends on May 29 and they take like 10 extra days or something to validate the results. So maybe they have some things in place to get it done, you know. But I guess at the end of the day, with an online game like this, you can never fully, you know, eliminate the possibility of that. Well, 3 people can just sit in front of one PC. They can, but that's a little bit harder to do logistically, right? I mean, at that point, you can't prevent it. Like, you can't prevent that. There's no way to know that. Like, if 3 people just meet up at a house and play together, there's no way they can prevent it. But that's something that, like, you know, what are you going to do? Like, it's an online game. You cannot prevent that. Like, it's impossible. So just, I guess, don't do it. I mean, just don't do it. Dark Siri, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate that. Thank you. Welcome back. But that's that. That is that. Overall, how do I like this overall? I think overall, I'm a little bit disappointed by this. I'm glad that we finally have info. I am glad that you can qualify through in-game events. I am not happy about how this stage 2 is structured. I really don't like that. And as much as I think this invite system is kind of cool and interesting and new, I think the disadvantages probably outweigh the advantages of this. Like, I think the possibility of this thing being abused is not very cool. I think it would be better if they did it differently. I think it would be better if they did it differently. Like, you could, for example, one other idea that would work and I think would be a lot better is if you had to sign up to the second stage as a team. You know what I mean? You sign up to the second stage with a team of 3 players, and your scores are basically added to each other's scores, right? Like, if I team up with 2 other people and I have 50,000 points, the other person has 30,000 points, and the third person has 20,000 points, our total score is 100,000 points. And if that's first place, we qualify as a team of 3. You know what I mean? That would be much better because, first of all, that would make sure that all players that qualified to the World Championship had to put in some serious work, right? All players would have to put in serious work, and it would also not be possible for those 3 players to share an account. That wouldn't make sense because they all have to play on their own account, right? That would be a lot fairer, I think, overall. But I mean, that is all hypothetical. We can't do anything about it. We can't. This is what it's going to be for this year. Maybe they are going to take feedback on it next year. I guess that's the only hope here, is if this system ends up being abused in some way, shape, or form. Like, if whoever wins a spot ends up selling the qualification to other people, or if people end up sharing accounts and qualifying that way. All of the risks that this system have, right? If some of that stuff happens, then maybe they're going to take that into account next year. Carl Drogo, thank you for the 8 months. Welcome back. So that's all we can hope for at this point. But yeah, I mean, it is, what is that? 1 month from now? It is 1 month from now. So we're going to see what the format is for that. And then I will probably be here and play it. And then whether I'm going to stream it or not is probably just going to depend on how I feel about it. Like, if I feel like I play worse on stream, then I probably won't stream it. But if I feel like it's fine, I might try, like, for the first day or something. Or maybe I'll one thing I could also imagine is just, like, completely normally streaming, like, the first 1 or 2 days. Like, the bottom climb, like, the first climb. And then, like, the final day or whatnot, I might play on my own or something. I don't know. But yeah, Alexanomorph, thank you for the 7 months. Welcome back. Appreciate you. All right, that is the Master Duel news. that is the Master Duel news. Instant Fusion, thank you for the 4 months. That is the Master Duel news. And it's interesting, to say the least. All right. Now, as for some of this next segment, Oceanic WCQ is the same weekend as EU WCQ. Oh yeah, it's been announced. You just messaged me. You just posted that. We are delighted to announce the 2023 Oceanic World Championship qualifier will take place on the 1st and 2nd July in Brisbane, Australia. This event, this invite-only event, will require duelists to register in advance. More info soon. I mean, why does it matter that it's the same weekend as EU WCQ? I guess if they stream it, that's good for everyone at home, but bad for everyone in EU who wants to maybe watch it, because they are going to be at the European Championship. But honestly, for Oceanics, the time difference is pretty large, so it's going to be pretty hard to, like, even if I thought about streaming this, it'd probably be like nightmare hours. Rimgear, thank you for the 5 months. But yeah, okay. There you go. Oceanics announced. Nice. This next segment, I have looked through YG organization this morning, and I purposely did not read any of these cards during my vacation. I purposely did not react to or read any of the new cards that were revealed during the last week. And there is plenty. There is plenty of new support that they announced over the last week while I was gone. So we're going to go through some of it. So some of you might have already seen some of this because some of these announcements are like from last week. So I apologize if it's not the newest and hottest stuff, but I do want to still look at these cards and give you guys my first impression on them. And then depending on how long that's going to take, I have 2 more things to react to after this. Depending on how long this is going to take, we might take a look at tier limit meta in Master Duel today, if there's time left. There might be some time left for it. But yeah. As for what else we're going to do this week, by the way, I had some time to think about the content for the week while I was on vacation. We are going to do a we're going to do a ban list discussion this week for the current TCG format, because I think it is about that time of the format. Like, I think it to me at least, it feels like, this Photon Hypernova format is coming to a close now, right? Like, we've had the 250th YCSs, we've had all the big regionals. I don't know about you, but I am personally expecting a ban list at some point in the upcoming weeks. I don't know exactly when, if it's going to be before Nationals, after Nationals, during Nationals, that type of stuff. But I do think it is the time when we can wrap up the format. So I want to do 2 things this week, which are going to be on Wednesday. I think both of them. We're going to do a, like, kind of like as a finish... as a finish to the format, I'm gonna do a final format like tier list of what I think, how it panned out with the decks, how strong they are currently, and then we're gonna do a ban list discussion for the upcoming format. That is some other plans for this week. The other thing I have planned for this Thursday we are going to do Edison, simply because in case anyone didn't see it yet, there's going to be my Edison event this upcoming Saturday, and it's almost sold out. There's only like 29 tickets left, which is pretty pog. I'm pretty hyped about that. You can go !Edison if you want to grab one of the last tickets. And if these sell out relatively quickly, they said they have the capacity to upgrade it to like 264 players instead of 200, I think. It's going to be an IRL tournament. It is an IRL tournament in Germany, Karlsruhe, in Edison format. So in case you can't make it because you're not from Germany or it's too far for you or whatever, it will be streamed on my channel. It will be live on this channel on Saturday. So there's that. So there's that. Yeah, and it's gonna be hype. It's gonna be hype. It's gonna be Swiss and Top Cut, the normal stuff. It's gonna be Swiss and Top Cut. The stream is gonna be in English. The stream is going to be English and all that good stuff. Also, for everyone at the event, it'll feature side events as well with Edison, GOAT, and current format and whatnot. So if you're from the Karlsruhe area, you can still step by, even if Edison isn't your thing. You can still play GOAT and normal, regular TCG format, all that good stuff. Can you already announce who will be casting it? I think so. I mean, I'm pretty sure I can. It's going to be Lampy and Leo, the ones that are also commented on the open, and basically the German YCS casters are going to be casting it. It's going to be quite hype. So yeah, there's that. And this is why we're going to play Edison on Thursday, because I need to test some stuff. I need to decide on a deck because I haven't yet. Anyways, let's get to the cards. Let's get to the cards, or some of the cards, because I have just received food and I don't want it to get too cold. So we're gonna, I guess, I have the new magical hats lined up for reacting. So we're gonna react to a couple of the cards and then watch magical hats together. Ellie the Skunk, thank you for the 6 months. Appreciate that so much. Appreciate that. Corrupted Gem of Rebellion, Snake Eye. This looks like Evil Eye Support. Is it Evil Eye Support? You can only activate one card with this card's name per turn. Target a face-up monster on the field. Place it face-up in its owner's spell and trap zone as a continuous spell. Okay, that's not Evil Eye Support. Unless I'm missing something. Interesting. It is very generic removal. It is a normal spell card. I don't really understand this, to be honest. I don't really understand this because this card just doesn't really compare to what we already have in terms of going second, normal spell card removal and whatnot. Like, it's not a bad card per se, right? It's like target a monster, put it in the spell and trap zone. It's an interesting form of removal because it dodges graveyard effects. It dodges graveyard effects. You can do some neat stuff, like someone mentioned there. You can block pendulum zones against pendulum and whatnot. It's like an interesting form of removal because it gets rid of it goes around. It gets around like can't be destroyed by card effects when it triggers in the graveyard, those kind of things. But it's like just barely not good enough, right? It's just not good enough, right? If it maybe if it didn't target, then you could think about it, right? Maybe that would make it good enough. But the way it is, targeted removal like that, 1-for-1, it's just not that great, right? I mean, yeah. It is not that great. It's an interesting design. I just wish I don't know why I don't know what's so hard about like making cards that are just good going second without being complete blowouts. Like, why does every card either have to be way too fair or like evenly matched Lightning Storm, Dark Ruler No More, that type of stuff? Why is there no in between? Why can't we find in between cards that are like just solid, right? Just solid. Like the way Ultimate Slayer feels. I want more cards like Ultimate Slayer. Cards that don't win you the game on their own going second, but just that are good enough to still maybe see play in some metas or situations. I don't know, but this card is not it. This card is not it. Because going first is so broken that they need to be just as broken to compete. I mean, I don't want to repeat myself because I think this is basically exactly down the alley of my latest YouTube video that I uploaded during my vacation. The discussion of like going first being too strong and some powerful cards and whatnot. I hope you liked that video, by the way. I think it was received quite well. But it's basically down that alley, right? Where, like, I understand that, but then why even make a card like that, right? What's the point of coming up with this like unique way of removing monsters, like putting them into the spell and trap zone and whatnot, and then put it on a card that's just not good enough, right? I don't know. It's an interesting card, but it's a shame that's a pack filler. All right. Reagents from Duelist Nexus. Some spicy callbacks to legendary monsters. War King Behemoth. Behemoth, the king of all wars. Level 10 Earth Beast effect monster. I hope not all of these are pack fillers, by the way, because that's going to be boring. You can normal summon set this card with 1 tribute. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can target a beast, beast warrior, or winged beast in your grave, add it to your hand. If you do, this card loses 700 attack. This normal summon set card is unaffected by activated effects from special summoned monsters. So if you special summon this card... No, okay, no, never mind. Once per turn during your end phase, you can make this card gain 700. Okay, this is... Why? Come on, dude. This is such a cool design, such a, like... it's like... I love this way of doing it, basically. I love when they take old cards and give them retrains. I'm a sucker for that. I like that. But why make them bad, dude? Why make me feel nostalgic and then make the card terrible? Come on. Magnum the Reliever. Mr. Zatz, thank you for the 8 months. And Soriora, thank you for the 6. I don't know if I said that, but appreciate that. Level 8 Light Fiend Fusion Effect monster. Materials, 1 monster special summoned from the extra deck and a monster in the hand. Okay, not a super poly target. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. You can target a polymerization spell or fusion spell in your grave, place it on the bottom of the deck, then draw a card. Okay. When another card's effect is activated, quick effect, you can banish a poly or fusion spell from your grave, target a card on the field, destroy it. Okay. It's an interesting card. I like that they're printing... I'm a big fan of these kind of like generic fusion cards that incentivize you using polymerization, and like the Patchwork engine is another really cool example of this, and Guardian Chimera. Like, I really like those. I really enjoy whenever I get to play Guardian Chimera, right? This card is like generic Purrely Support. It's nowhere near the quality of a Guardian Chimera, though, I feel like. It's nowhere near the quality of that card. It's still not bad, right? The fact that when you summon it on your turn, you can just draw another card with Poly. It's rarely better, though, than summoning Guardian Chimera or something, but... when another card is activated, banish Poly or fusion spell, target the card. Yes, it's a decent card. It's a decent card. I could see this being played at some point in some deck that uses Patchwork. I could see that, yeah. It's interesting. You won't like what I'm now going to say, but this... You remember when we played that Runick deck with Patchwork and Master Duel? This card would unironically be pretty good in that deck. Because you can just use your Hugin in the extra monster zone with like Edgem Chain in hand, make this thing, and it's whatever you want it to be. Either you draw another card or you get to keep it as a disruption. It absolutely is copium, but it is interesting in that sense, I think. Did Josh react to the new Runick monster in stream? I don't remember. I saw that there was one, but I don't remember if we did talk about it on stream. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure we did. I think we did. Anyways. Gaia Blaze, the Force of Blazing Sun. Level 7 Gaia Synchro. Materials, 1 tuner, +1 plus non-tuner monsters. When this attacking card destroys an opponent's monster by battle, you can activate this effect. This card can make a second attack in a row. At the end of the battle phase, you can target fire monsters in your grave up to the number of monsters this card destroyed by battle this turn. Add them to your hand. This card would have been sick like years ago. This card would have been sick years ago. I don't even know if this card can... Nah, this card can't see play, right? There's no way. This is way too slow. Like, this would have been good like years ago as like a value option in your extra deck where you can just go like... I mean, I will say one thing. There is one use case for this card that I could see. If there is a deck that has access to synchros already and plays Ash Blossom, right? There could be a world where if you cannot OTK your opponent this turn, maybe you can make this to add back an Ash Blossom from your graveyard to make sure that you have follow-up for the next turn, like another hand trap. That is something I could see. It would never be like the main goal of your deck. This card can never be the main goal of any deck because it's not powerful enough, but it could be an option in a deck that already has synchro access. But then again, like any deck that has synchro access feels like it would probably don't not have the room for this because it's like very, very niche. Can the first effect be activated more than once? I don't think so because it says second attack in a row. So after you've done it, that would not be the second attack. That would be the third one. So I don't think you can get 3 attacks with this, right? I'm not actually sure about this, but from my understanding, I think you can only attack twice with this. I don't think you could do it again. I mean, yeah. Yeah, correct. Okay. Sword Soul, Recycle, Long Yuan, and Ash. See, something like this, the problem is, first of all, it's not a worm. And second of all, it would compete with Yazi. Like, bro, making this over a Yazi in Sword Soul seems like a tough ask to me. But theoretically, you are right. Theoretically, you could, like, Sword Soul, make a level 7 attack over 2 monsters if you can't OTK your opponent, and then bring back Ash Long Yuan or some shit like that. I don't know. It's not a terrible card, but it seems a little too niche to actually see play. Thelematech Kratis. Level 8 Dark Spellcaster XYZ effect, 3,900 materials, 2 level 8 monsters. You can only use the second effect of this card's name once per turn. Each time your opponent activates a trap card or effect or a monster effect, place a spell counter on this card, maximum 9. You can remove 3 spell counters from this card, apply one of these effects, add a spell or a spellcaster effect monster from your deck to your hand, special summon a spellcaster from your hand or deck. If this card would be destroyed, you can detach a material from it instead. This is not good. It's not good because you have to wait for your opponent to activate 3 things. And then it doesn't even count spell cards, right? Trap card or effect or monster effect. It doesn't even count spell cards. It doesn't even count spell cards. It's not a quick effect. So basically you have to summon this. It survives a turn, and then you can, like, do one of these things. You can cheat out spell counters with other cards. Okay, that is, I think, the only... okay. That's interesting, actually. That's actually interesting. I was thinking about this card just in the context, like, in a vacuum of it's only this card. Only this card, I think, is pretty bad. However... if there is a way where you can put spell counters on this, or you can maybe use the Citadel of Endymion where you can, like, remove counters from it instead, maybe. I mean, adding any spell card from your deck to your hand is like kind of busted. Also special summoning any spellcaster from the deck. I don't know if this is better than other rank 8s and how you could facilitate this. Is Mythical Beast Cerberus an 8? I think so, right? That was a level 8, right? Cerberus is an 8. Yeah. Okay, so I'm not gonna call it terrible, which was my first intention when I only looked at it from the only this card perspective. I don't think it's good enough. I don't think it's good enough to actually see play, but I wouldn't be surprised if eventually maybe there was a combo with it that was maybe worth considering. So it's not complete trash, this one. How is that worth getting one spell or drag? I don't know yet, right? You don't know exactly what people are going to do with this, but I wouldn't be surprised if there was maybe something. I mean, it's at the end of the day, it's just a rank 8. It's not that hard anymore in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! To make a rank 8. And like, the things it competes with are also not that insane. Like, what's the best rank 8 they have? Like, Hope Harbinger is like one spell negate, right? So maybe this is better than that in some decks, like, or like Zombie Vampire, right? Like, yeah. Hypermorph. You can only activate one card with this card's name per turn. At the start of the damage step, if your monster battles an opponent's monster, activate one of these effects. Change the attacking monster to defense position, return the attack target to the hand, destroy both battling monsters. Sometimes I read these cards and I think to myself, someone at Konami still actually thinks people play sealed with these boosters. Someone go tell them. Someone go to the Konami headquarters and tell them that no one ever plays sealed Yu-Gi-Oh anymore because it's not possible. With like all the archetypes around and all that stuff. You know? Someone tell them that. Someone tell them you can stop making these cards because no one actually plays sealed Yu-Gi-Oh. This card is like good at sneak. Yeah. Opposing Mirrors of the Underworld. You can only activate one card with this card's name per turn. When you take damage from an opponent's attack or card effect, apply this effect based on the type of damage. Battle, special summon a monster from your grave. Effect this. Special summon a monster from your grave with attack equal to or lower than the damage you took, and if you do, end the battle phase after the damage step. Effect, inflict twice that much damage to your opponent. Bro, this card is worse than Gore's. This card is worse than Gore's, and Gore's came out like 14 years ago. God damn it. Okay. All right, I need a break. I need to eat my food. And we are going to watch Magical Hats. Let's go. This one's so good. This is something that I have thought about before a lot. We've talked about this a ton of like set rotation as a concept in Yu-Gi-Oh! I have talked about that on stream before, and I think it's a very interesting one. I think it is a very interesting one where, of course, whenever you mention set rotation to anyone that's playing Yu-Gi-Oh, they're always very, very I feel like people aren't very open about the idea. But I think in reality, people just are like, they don't like when things change, you know? Like, people just can't imagine how it would be. What is set rotation? Set rotation is a concept that they use in many other card games, actually. Magic, Pokemon being examples, where they have different formats, and the main format that people play is where only sets from the last 2 or 3 years, basically it's called, like, I don't know what it's called in the game, like standard format. The standard format is the sets from the last couple of years, and then sets rotate out after a while, right? Set rotation would nuke the value of our collections. I mean, not really. I don't think that's the case. I think a lot of the cards from back in the day that have a lot of value are not actually expensive. Because they are still seeing play, right? Most cards that have value are not valuable because they still see play. It's mostly because they are just old and collectibles, right? Stuff is still collectible. Also, there's a few things I want to say. No one ever says that we should have rotation as our only format, right? There could still be another format like Legacy in Magic where everything is still legal, right? We could just have 2 separate formats, and that's a thing, right? And then there's one more thing I want to say before we hop into it. I think that no matter what you say, I think Yu-Gi-Oh! Kind of has set rotation already, but like in disguise. Because I do think that all of our archetypes rotate out after 2 years anyways, or 3 years. Like 99% of archetypes. Like, try to play an archetype from 2018. Right? We don't have official set rotation, but what we have is power creep, and those, like, they rotate out anyways, you know? Not all of them. You can find counter arguments for this. But for the most part, like, power creep is a pseudo rotation. The only difference is that sometimes we have very, very old cards pop up again because they are now good in a new context. Like, I don't know, recent examples like King of the Swamp, Nimble Sunfish, whatever. Those type of cards that didn't see play like 10 years ago, 15 years ago, now seeing play because now they're powerful, right? Book of Moon, Book of Eclipse, whatnot. The thing is that you have to, I think when we talk about rotation, you have to think about rotation in a different fashion where it wouldn't work like that, where we just have the normal booster cycle that we have now, but we add rotation on top of it. Of course, there would be reprints of old cards to make them legal again, right? That's what they do in Magic. In Magic, at least I think that's how it works. I'm not very familiar with it, but I think they have like a core set of at the beginning of rotation where they reprint a bunch of staples, right? And now that this is like, this would open a lot of doors, I think, where you could say something like, hey, we're going to have a rotation now where Maxi is part of the core set, but it's going to rotate out in 2 years. So we can try playing with Maxi for 2 years, and then in 2 years, we're not going to include it in the core set anymore in the next one, and so it's going to rotate out. And this is how you could, like, test these sort of things. I think it would be interesting. I personally I think it's unrealistic. I think it will never happen. I think this is a purely hypothetical talk that we're having right now, but I think it's still interesting. I think it will never happen, but I would actually not be completely opposed to the idea. I'm not saying it would be 100% better or 100% worse. I'm saying it would be interesting. That's what I'm saying. And now let's see what they say. Stuxnet, thank you for the 5 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. All right, let me turn up the volume. You tell me if it's too low or too high. Looks fine to me.
You've triggered my trap card, the Magical Hats. In this series, myself and 3 of the top Yu-Gi-Oh! Streamers will give their unfiltered, uncensored, and uninformed takes on some of Yu-Gi-Oh!'s most pressing issues. The catch? One of these 4 has a fake take, and it's up to the rest to find the liar. It's time to play Magical Hats.
Let's go. Clap.
And welcome back to the final episode of Magical Hats. Boys, it's been a long
Why is it final episode?
road getting from there to here. For the final time, I am so happy to introduce
Why?
Kevin and Nadir and Gage for one final go-round the emergency meeting table. How are you?
Why is it the last one? Is limited to 10, but why? It was fun. Oh no, I like the series. God damn it.
All doing today?
One more
Doing
for the
good.
piss road.
It's rotating.
Yeah, dude, we gotta do one more, one last, and that's it. You know.
Well, we have saved the best topic for last.
Ooh.
Should Yu-Gi-Oh have set rotation? Now, if any of you are unfamiliar with the concept of set rotation, Magic the Gathering has it in its standard format. And what happens is, every few years, all but the most recent sets are illegal. Gage, do you want to go first with your take?
Oh, I mean, I'll gladly go first, Joseph. Not a problem. So I think, okay, to establish set rotation, the reasoning for it, right? I think the big
Imposter.
argument for it is
Got
that.
him.
Listen,
Got
bro. listen.
Gotta have some
Easiest
drama
gauge
for
of
the
my
last
life.
episode, you know?
10 episodes later, bro, you can't expect me not to have like a reasonable take for this. Give me a second. So the big argument for set rotation is keeping the game fresh by only putting like the newest releases in the limelight of an advanced format.
I don't think that's the biggest plus point of rotation. I'll tell you what I think the biggest plus point of rotation is. I'll try to formulate it. I think the biggest advantage of having a set rotation is to not force them to power creep every set to make sure people buy it or play with the cards. Because as of now, look at it from a marketing perspective. You need to create cards that people want to buy, want to play with, and therefore they need to be better than the stuff we already have, right? In Yu-Gi-Oh, because there's no set rotation, they make a new set. Those cards need to be stronger than the old cards, otherwise no one plays them. The only mechanism that the Yu-Gi-Oh TCG currently has at doing that, or making sure they don't have to power creep certain things, is the ban list, right? You don't need to power creep stuff if you just ban it, right? In practice, that sometimes works, sometimes it doesn't. Of course, they try to not put that many cards onto the ban list, right? And the ban list is also not very predictable, which I think is one advantage of the rotation, is that you very well know when stuff rotates and when it doesn't. They don't end up actually doing that much. Like in practice for Yu-Gi-Oh, I think Yu-Gi-Oh has had major power creep. And now you're gonna say other games have power creep too. I think that's true to an extent. The thing is that they have the option to go back a lot easier than Yu-Gi-Oh does. For Yu-Gi-Oh, it seems almost impossible to go back on its power creep. Like, how could that even possibly work, right? How would that even be, you know? How could that even be a thing? It can't really be a thing. Now, for other games, you still have power creep simply because they still need to keep the game fresh, right? They can't always print the same stuff at the same power level. You can basically, if you want to design cards that people want to play with, you can either design them like at the same power level but different sort of effects. You can go like this direction with your design, right? Or you can go up. You can go like more powerful, or you can go more variety in terms of effects, right? And over like 20, 30 years of Magic, of course, they can't always go different effects, right? Like always different, always new, always fresh. Sometimes they have to just go more powerful. Sometimes you have to go that direction, right? But like the cool thing about a rotation is that you have both options. You can go this way with your card design. You can go this way with your card design. Yu-Gi-Oh can only go this way. Yu-Gi-Oh doesn't have... We can't make archetypes anymore. Like, if you make an archetype a year later, where like... a year later, you make a deck that is same power level as the decks from last year, but just slightly different. No one, like, people don't play it anymore. Like, it's not good enough anymore. So, you know, I think no set rotation has given a great dynamic to Yu-Gi-Oh! Where sometimes 15-year-old cards come to relevancy. Yes. Yes. That is cool. That is cool. Love me some Enemy Controller. Love me some Book of Moon. Love me some Book of Eclipse. Love me some King of the Swamp here and there. I will also say to this argument, I'll throw a anti-spell fragrance into the mix. I'll throw in a Skill Drain. I'll throw in a Cyberstein. I'll throw in a Gozen match, a Rivalry of the Warlords, a Summon Limit. You know what I mean? You see where this argument that you just made is not only an argument for, like, against set rotation. That can also be an argument against set rotation because cards are being printed 20 years ago. And with every new set now, Konami has to take all of the cards that already exist into account. Right? Because you have to carefully design cards around every single card that exists to make sure that that's not being abused some way, right? And in practice, it's not possible. Like, Anti-Spell Fragrance is a card that was designed 20 years ago for a time back then where the card was completely fair. No one cared about that card. No one cared about that card. But... And they like, you can't blame people 20 years ago for knowing that, hey, this card will be incredibly broken in 20 years when the game is so much faster and when they make pendulums, because they couldn't know that back then, right? And this is one of the core advantages of set rotation, is that it helps them design cool stuff without having to worry about it becoming a problem 10 years down the line, right? Set rotation is not friendly to budget players. I think that's cap. I think that is absolutely... It might even be the opposite. It might even be the opposite, because I don't think cards hit as high prices for formats where people know that they rotate out. I would argue that is even the opposite. I think set rotation would make cards cheaper. And let's face it, most of your cards are losing value either way. Yeah.
If that's all it's doing, I would argue that Yu-Gi-Oh! Already does a good enough job of that. Like, you take any meta deck from like 2 years ago, right? And you compare it to a meta deck today, the entire card pool for it is essentially different, besides a few staple cards. Those cards that get released every now and again that go that distance and let's set like that new standard for a mechanic, but they're all that I would say is like glue to all these other archetypes that get released and progressively get better with every set. I think part of what like Yu-Gi-Oh! That's unique about it, that keeps me coming back, is that you can get attached to these old strategies and they can come back into formats by just one good card being released for them, right? It's an exciting concept that's made like by the decision not to rotate any of these cards, that we can go back and see all these old cards. I think the concept of the Forbidden Limit list we have now, like an entire just succinct list that takes into account the entire like history of Yu-Gi-Oh! And can say like these cards have pushed the limits too far. I think that's just unique in its own right. I don't think we need set rotation to constantly keep the game like fresh and everything like that. I think the game with the releases of the core sets already does it good enough.
All right, well, unfortunately, I'm just going to out myself as not the imposter, because I'm sure you all pretty much already know my take. But I am set rotation's strongest soldier. I believe that Yu-Gi-Oh! Not only should have set rotation, I believe it's an inevitability that it will have it at some point in our lifetime, or it will die. I think that Gage made a pretty good point early on when he...
In my latest YouTube video, Rayol, thank you so much for the tier 1. Welcome. Actually, there's an ad in progress. Let me wait for that ad in progress, because I want everyone to know what I'm saying right now. It is an interesting coincidence that we just now talk about set rotation after I made that video. Pepe D. All right, I need to update it. I think we already had the Pepe D. All right, ad is in progress. 5 seconds. There we go. Okay. I want to add to this what MBT just said. Was wondering why there are ads. Well, now they're gone. Thank you for the 5 months. So, MBT said he thinks that there is a necessity for set rotation in Yu-Gi-Oh! At some point, or the game will die. I don't necessarily agree with it 100%, but I will say in my latest YouTube video, I mentioned a point that is kind of similar to this. My recent YouTube video was titled the biggest problems of modern Yu-Gi-Oh! I do agree that at some point in the foreseeable future, at some point, I think Yu-Gi-Oh! Is gonna run into a problem where something big needs to happen. I don't know if that big thing needs to be set rotation. That's not what I'm saying, but I think something needs to happen because I think we are hitting a break point where in order for decks to be playable right now in Yu-Gi-Oh, they need to be so freaking busted that, like, because of all the things that they did to make going first, like, how do I phrase it? It's so hard to phrase it. Going first is super busted in Yu-Gi-Oh right now. And over the years, they have given us more and more tools to combat going first, but it's never been quite enough. And like, it's always going, they're going higher and higher in power level, and they're giving us more and more band-aid fixes of, like, they started with hand traps, then they made decks that play through one hand trap, then they made more hand traps, then they made decks that play through 2 hand traps, then they made powerful board breakers. Now they're making decks that can play through multiple hand traps and also play around some of the board breakers. But now we have everything now, right? We have everything now. We have all kinds of different hand traps. We have all kinds of different board breakers. It doesn't matter what you do now. You're like, if they want to print more decks that are powerful, they need to make them so freaking busted. And I don't think they can do it forever. I think eventually they need to find a way to fix this, right? And I'm not saying we should go back to how old Yu-Gi-Oh was. That is not my point. Absolutely not my point. I just think that the way modern Yu-Gi-Oh is developing is not something that can go on forever. The direction that they have been doing the last couple years is not something that it's not a course that they can take to infinity. There needs to be some way, because, I mean, the game is already basically, what I'm trying to say is, all of the things that they've been doing in the past, in a grand scheme, have made the game faster and faster and faster, and they've given us better and better answers for fast decks, right? They've given us cards to completely blow out decks when they go first, but the game can't really get much faster than what it is right now, because games already end on turn 2 or 3. Right? The games already end, like, player 1 makes a board, player 2 tries to break it, and the game ends right there, pretty much. Now, the games that we have right now are not bad, but where do we go from here? Is what I'm asking. Right? Like, where do we go from here? Because we've already established that in order to sell new product, they need to make stuff that's better. And now, what's better than decks that already win on the first turn? Now, how are they gonna do it, right? And that's like, and no one wants that, to be clear, right? The game is already too fast for people. How are they gonna make it even faster, like even better, even stronger, when people don't even want that, right? And then, like, and this is why my theory is that they need to do something to slow it down. Because we can't go faster, and people don't want to go faster. People don't want to go more powerful at this point in time, right? So something needs to happen. Big ban list, that completely changes the game. New master rule, set rotation are all possibilities. I don't know which one would be the best one. I just think that, yeah, I don't know if you agree, but my current take is that the direction we are going right now is not something that works forever, right? We can't go much faster, much stronger than right now. It's not really possible. You know? And this is why set rotation is something that is an interesting topic right now. I'm not saying it's the best way to do it, but it would certainly make sure that it would slow down, right? So like everyone that's against rotation, think about that. Like think about what I just said. I think it makes some sense. You can overall like or dislike rotation. I think it's completely fine to still not be a fan of rotation, but we can still like agree that it has some things going for it, right? There's definitely some good things that happen when we have rotation. Rod, thank you for the 2 months, and Invoker, thank you for the 3. All right, I'll stop.
We already kind of have set rotation. That's basically true, and I think resolves all of the outstanding problems people have with set rotation. A lot of the time you get people who've been playing DM for the last 45 years say, well, then my deck will be illegal and I'll lose all my games. It's like, yeah, I mean, basically right now playing Dark Magician is the same as playing it if the cards are banned. You just, circumvent the judge call. You're not going to go very far. I think the real reason that set rotation is important isn't that, like, the game stays fresh. I think it's that the power level of the game can be brought down occasionally. Famously, Magic the Gathering was kind of in a scenario similar to where Yu-Gi-Oh! Has been after the release of Power of the Elements, after, like, Return to
Go lol, thank you for the 5.
Ravnica. And, like, Theros, the subsequent set, was just, like, really simplified and helped reset upwards of half a decade of power creep.
All right, you've lost me. I just want to say that. I don't know what this guy's talking about.
Those are a lot of words and names I've never heard in my life.
This video was brought to you by Wizards of the Coast.
Yeah, open Magic the Gathering 30, by the way. No, yeah, but the general gist of it is you are now, every single card that's printed has to be competitive with every card that's been printed before it. So cards get more complicated and more powerful every single set, or else no one would buy them. If there's a rotation, you can make weaker cards that are more simple, and people buy them anyway, right? And that, I think, is critical to resolving the biggest, gatekeep of people getting back into Yu-Gi-Oh!, which is that it is a really hard, complex game with cards that do absolutely everything. Gage said that, like, oh,
damn, I don't really have anything to say anymore because I already dropped all my knowledge on the first couple minutes, so now I don't have anything to add anymore because I've said all of it already. Unfortunate.
It is kind of cool that, like, some decks can come back into the meta after they get one good card. I literally can't think of a time that that's ever happened. Like, I guess maybe Blue Eyes, but they had, like, a whole series of new cards.
Prank Kids?
I legitimate
Prank Kids.
Prank Kids. Prank Kids is a deck that was a year and a half old by the time they released Meowmoo. It wasn't coming back. The people who started playing while they were playing Prank Kids were still in the game.
But, like,
Shaddolls? Shaddolls, hello?
What single card did Shaddolls get that brought them back?
Bullblader.
Schism, hello?
Schism? They got an entire structure
And
deck.
they got
Just
Schism?
invoked
What do you mean?
Okay, I can... Mr. Morrison, thank you for the 6 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. The thing is that you can still bring back old archetypes with rotation. You can just reprint them. That's not like a thing. You could change the way you print cards when you have a rotation. You can just make a new set and you can bring back whatever archetype you want to. Also, all of those archetypes are basically a great example of rotation because freaking what happened? Prank Kids got support, Prank Kids became relevant, and then they rotated out because they killed it. We have rotation already. Y'all just don't see it.
Hard, bro.
Think of, like, Naturia, right? So we got 3
Yeah.
new Naturia cards in, like, the last year that made the archetype suddenly decent. Imagine if we never had any of those other Naturia cards released, like, almost a decade ago, dude.
The
Like,
only Naturia cards you play
But-
are the new ones.
Yes, but what
and
I'm saying,
then Nat Beast.
Dude, we would never see, like, the
07 to
Naturia
cherries.
archetype revisited again if we had rotation.
Yes, you.
There's no reason
yes,
to go
you
back.
could.
No.
There's no reason. Well, listen.
No, but that's what he's saying. With rotation, those
Great.
old cards could be good.
No, it's a great example because think of Magic the Gathering. There was
No, I can't.
Oh my god. Okay. I'm trying to think of something that you all have played. Think of, I don't know, Pokemon. Like
Nope.
saying
lost.
that you're never gonna.
Just let it finish
Saying
his
that
thought,
you're-
man.
I mean, at this point, it's also just really counterproductive to like join a discussion about rotation, but literally don't even take like a couple minutes to inform yourself about how this works in other games, right? Like, you don't have to make all this stuff up. You can look at how it works out in other games and like to make sure it's a good discussion. Like, you're just sitting down, you're like, no, we can't talk about Pokemon right now. I don't know what that's about. Like, we also can't talk about Magic because I don't know anything about that. Like, bro, why are you in a discussion about set rotation if you just like know nothing about the concept and how it works in practice? Like, there's literally working examples out there of how this works in other games, and you just like, you're not informing yourself about it. Like, what's the point then? Why are you here? When like your points are like all invalidated if you just thought about it a little bit longer. You know what I mean?
Saying that you're never going to see Naturia again, except for these 3 cards that came back, is like saying you're never going to see Pikachu again. They can always print new, good versions of cards, right? Like, there's nothing preventing them from printing those 3 Naturia cards, calling them Naturia cards, having rotated everything else, and throwing in a Nat Beast reprint, and us not being in the exact same position we are now.
Yeah.
Can we have Magician Souls for Pikachu, please? I'm so down.
I mean, it basically is the same thing.
I'll let
right?
the other 2 go, but then I actually have a lot
Yeah,
to
yeah,
say.
go ahead,
I have a lot to argue. This is gonna be.
I think this is gonna be a hell of a fucking episode. I'm gonna be honest with you.
It's gonna be a banger.
All right, I guess I'll go. So I also believe, without a doubt, that the set rotation should absolutely and almost inevitably will be a thing in Yu-Gi-Oh. But but
imposter.
no
one actually has my take.
I got a big clap of the butt cheeks here, okay? But I don't think it should be a replacement to the current format. I think it should be a secondary format, and I think that would be a great way to bring in the game. Now, there's a lot of positives to say with set rotation. I think that set rotation would be a really good way to spice up a sort of stagnation of the current metagame, and you would just be able to be, play competitive Yu-Gi-Oh, but as a different format. The couple of cards that I like to go as an example to for why set rotation could be cool is how many times have you read a card in Yu-Gi-Oh that's like coming out and it's like a generically good staple, and you think to yourself, that's good, but why would I ever play this over X card? I think a good example of that would be like, I don't know, like a Psychic Eraser Laser, if you guys ever remember that card. Like, that is an inherently, like, really good, powerful card. But why would you really ever play this over Kaijus? Almost
We've not talked
always
about
it's
the
going to
Volcanics
just be
Support
better
yet.
to
We
just
will
play
soon.
Kaijus. Kaijus is just the best spot removal in Yu-Gi-Oh! Imagine we were in a situation where you were deck building in a rotated format and you had to think about the different kinds of spot removal. What if, like, Smashing Ground somehow was, like, the best spot removal? Do you know what I mean? There's a couple of trap cards that fall into this example. You guys know the card Get Out. It's an incredible card. It's just a trap card for compulsory evacuation device for 2 extra deck monsters. I think that card is incredible, but it just never has seen play. And why is that? Well, there's just better trap cards, Solemn Strike, I think, is the biggest offender of this, right? And I think
This is not why Get Out is not seeing play, by the way.
Like, maybe I'm going to play Get Out. Maybe I'm going to play Apocrypha. Maybe I'm going to play...
Well, it might be part of the reason of why Get Out is not seeing play, but the core reason why Get Out is not seeing play is because Power Creep has eliminated normal trap cards from the game. Which would probably also not be the case if we had set rotation, so there's that.
Torrential, Ice Dragon. Like, obviously, you can currently play those, but, like, sometimes a lot of these cards are just overshadowed by other cards. Lightning Vortex is another good example of this. What if Lightning Vortex was the best monster removal in the game in a certain rotation format? I think rotation would be really cool if you could spice it up. We could go back to the DM era, obviously. That's probably where the starting point was. And what if they splashed in a couple of newer cards? What if there was, like... I don't know, like a tour guide or rescue rabbit and stuff like that in like older format. They could, like, the world is your oyster with how they design a set rotation format. I think set rotation would be a great thing and a great addition for Yu-Gi-Oh, but I don't think it should be a replacement. But overall, as a solid idea, I think it would be incredible for Yu-Gi-Oh. The card pull for Yu-Gi-Oh just, I think, begs for set rotation. It would be really cool in my opinion.
All right, I guess it's my time to
One other thing that I haven't said yet is think about all the decks that came out and you thought to yourself, yeah, that archetype or that deck is kind of cool, but there's no way it can compete with the current power level of the game. All of those decks all of those decks, most of those decks, not all, but most of those decks would actually have been playable if we had set rotation. Because then with set rotation, the overall power level of the game would be so much smaller, and they would compete with less powerful archetypes and cards. I think there's like a bunch of archetypes that could probably have seen play if we did have set rotation.
Say my piece. So I only see one singular positive point with set rotation. I'll start this by saying I personally dislike the idea of set rotation. I don't want set rotation in Yu-Gi-Oh! The only positive point, in my opinion, to set rotation is what Joseph was saying. Instead of decks power levels constantly one-upping each other, being like more powerful, more powerful, more powerful, you get to basically establish where the start and the end of the power level of any deck is at, and you can basically assure that at all times the power level remains there. And then once you hit the top of that power level, there you go, boom, rotate it out, start back at the beginning and run it back. I don't hate that, specifically because it means that you don't constantly get to a point where, people feel as though they can't keep up anymore because everything is too powerful. However, I very much am someone who likes to revisit old decks in new formats. And like Gage was saying, I dislike the idea of not being able to, new format comes out, new set comes out, and I go, damn, I wonder how Unchained performs this format. Or damn, I wonder how Salamangreat performs this format. I feel like there are enough people that play the game that enjoy being able to do exactly that, and enjoy being able to take that pet deck that they have and take it to competitive events and see how it do. And even sometimes you'll see them perform really well. Sometimes you'll see people that will bring 4, 5, 6-year-old decks to events and will perform well, and it's always really hype in the community. And I feel like set rotation kind of takes that away. And as a primarily rogue player, I think it would make me and other people sad and upset that they won't be able to play the decks that they really like to play. Yes, at the end of the day, they will print new stuff that these players would maybe find, a new love in. Personally, I've always been someone who finds it really fun when a deck finds a 10-year-old card that works super well with it, or a new deck comes out and a 10-year-old card counters that deck. I think that's super fucking cool. I think it's something super unique in Yu-Gi-Oh! And is really, really good flavor in a lot of situations. Just the fact that Book of Moon is good in the game right now. Book is a staple. That card is 20 years old or something like that. I hate this argument. And it's like Book of Moon is one of the best cards that you could slap into your deck right now.
I hate this argument for the specific reason that I think people are misrepresenting the idea of how a set rotation would work. Because, well, I understand the pet deck thingy, first of all. That's what I want to say. I agree with the pet deck thing is a big deal. That is one of the counterpoints of rotation. Like the fact that you can have a pet deck from years ago and you can still play it if you want to, even if it's not good, right? Most of the time they won't be good, but you can still play it. That is true. That is a good thing about Yu-Gi-Oh! The argument about like staple cards or whatnot popping up from like 10 years ago or whatnot, that's not really an argument, because the way set rotation works in other games is that they do get a batch of staples at the beginning of a rotation and be like, here are the staples you will play with in this rotation, right? And so like the set rotation wouldn't mean you can never play Book of Moon again, right? That's what this sounds like, but that's not the case, right? You can have a master set or whatnot for like the at the beginning of a new set rotation, and you just like throw in a bunch of staples and you're like, yeah, here you go, these are all the staples you can play with. But then Konami decides what is good and what is not. So if Konami doesn't reprint, for example, Book of Moon, it won't be good versus Cat. Yeah, well, they decide that, but like they already decide that now, and where does that get us, right? Like, I mean, or what do we like on this one hand of the argument? We have Book of Moon enemy controller, right? And on the other hand, we have anti-spell fragrance, skilled rain, goes in match, rivalry of warlords, Cyberstein, what? And so, what weighs more to you personally? What do you think is better for the game overall? The lonely Book of Moon, Book of Eclipse, and enemy controller, or like all these? Like, what is more? What would you trade? I'll give you my Book of Moon for all those floodgates. I'll get rid. I don't need that Book of Moon. I don't care. That Book of Moon can go. That Book of Moon can go.
I think that is some insane flavor and is also super appealing to newer players that used to play the game and are like, oh wow, this card still sees play. That's really interesting, and they kind of get entranced by that. And set rotation would kind of take some of that magic away, and I feel like it'd be really sad.
I think we talked a little bit about this in a previous episode, but I think yes, that's true sometimes, but almost always the cool like old card that comes back is almost always like a floodgate that YouTuber would
or
like,
instant fusion, you know.
Yeah.
So I actually have something to say on Farfa's point, because you had a whole different like kind of ideology on how you envisioned this like rotated format, and I think it's a cool one, right? You said like, what if we have Smashing Ground become like the best removal of a format, right? But that has to establish the precedent that we can have old cards be reprinted into the format, right? Is that
I feel like I feel
collectively
So you would
okay
have,
with
like-
that, or
Yeah.
we're not saying like completely axe the last 8 years of Yu-Gi-Oh, and you can't play.
No,
any
I
of these
mean
cards, but
Magic
we can
will
piecemeal-
reprint cards as well.
Yeah, but they have to do it, I think, because they have to make they have to consider drafting. It's completely different, I think. I think that they consider like how many times has Murder been reprinted, bro? Like
Frequently Magic will like set a precedent of like, this is the premier removal spell of the format and we're printing it in here even if it's a reprint. Like for instance, like Bolt, when it is in a format, is the premier removal spell of the format. So when they're designing a format for standard, they'll be like, do we include Bolt or not?
What are these cards, bro? Like,
me and Joseph are nerding right now. So what I'm saying is like, do we like maybe start this type of format with like a selection pack and say like all these old school, like every Yu-Gi-Oh card is banned from 8 years ago except these ones, and we bring back some older ones. And
no,
I
you
think
would
that's-
you just print those cards in that set, and then it would only ever be like, okay,
Yeah.
this is the set.
So
that's
you
legal.
you can easily throw them into like the core sets, like the Photon Hypernovas and stuff for sure. But I really do like the concept of having like a 2023 Yu-Gi-Oh set, and it's like all the cards that old players go bat about. But it's like also this is where the generic premier removal is going to be. You know, maybe the set has like, you know, Smashing Ground, Tactics, like whatever they want to be specifically.
I'll say it right now. I think if they did it properly, I think if they did a rotation system properly, it would be hella pog, and people would love the shit out of it. If they found a good balance with like reprinting old cards and designing cool sets for the current rotation, if they did it properly, it would be so sick. It would be so sick. And this is besides like, are they gonna do it properly or whatever? Like, oh, it's Konami, they're never gonna do it properly. If they did it properly, it would be sick.
Playable in this format.
Is what I'm
I want
saying.
to just say, like, unequivocally, I don't think that this will ever be a thing in like the replacement of the game. I think like I wanted to very much caveat that this wouldn't happen. But the thing is, Joseph, you said like, oh, it's inevitable that this is going to be set rotation will happen. That will never happen. Okay, I can absolutely not.
You said the exact same thing.
If they make this, do you think that it would fucking tank as hard as like I don't know, freaking deck master format and so, or will people actually play this? You think?
I think like with
It depends on if they support it, because they didn't for deck
Well,
master.
isn't
depends how
this
much
the
they push
primary? Like, okay, so the thing is with the whole set rotation, whatever, that's the standard format for Magic, right?
yes, standard is the last like
it's
few years.
called standard.
Okay,
the
so
most
when
popular
you
format
see-
in Magic is probably Commander.
Okay, and does Commander expanded like with all cards, or does Commander have set
No,
rotation?
you can't really talk about Commander because that's unofficial.
Okay, so
Commander
here's
is
here's my big
official.
thing.
It was sanctioned like 5
Can we
years
stay away
ago,
from
and it's the
Magic,
only way to play
please?
Magic.
Can we
No,
just
no,
stay
no.
away from
I have
rotation.
I have a very
what-
I
how
have a
Magic
very important
works,
point.
like-
One second. I have a very important point that needs to be clarified, I think, from me and Nadir, just so that we have an idea here. So in Magic, if I say I am going to the premier Magic the Gathering event, what format am I playing? Standard?
They're gonna tell you beforehand. They're gonna be like,
Okay,
draft.
No, it is.
if I go to
if I
go to a Magic the Gathering YCS, am I playing standard or no?
It depends.
So the GP, no, the GP is going to be either a modern. Well, there's no GPs anymore, but the event is going to be like a modern one, or a standard one, or a legacy one. Like they will tell you in advance.
this is a problem for Pokemon too, actually. So Pokemon.
That's
listen,
so that sounds
wait,
so
wait,
dog.
guys, Kevin, Deer,
Me
just-
when I discovered.
Bro, what do you
second
mean?
format,
What is
are
so
you
hard about that concept? There's like different formats, and they have premiere events for all the different form. Like, what is so hard about that? What do you mean? That's not that hard. They have different formats, and they have like I don't know. It's like
Let me just explain this for a second, okay? Because this is going to put a lot of things in perspective.
I enter a side event. What's the fucking format? Oh my god!
No, but the main event is the same format. I want to know what the fuck I'm playing. What the hell?
Yeah, so Pokemon has this problem too, where like they'll tell you what format you're either playing the standard or you're playing the extended format, and you don't have a choice.
Extended?
So we're gonna assume. Listen, we're gonna assume that if we broke
Pokemon
off
2.
into a standard rotation and an extended, Yu-Gi-Oh players would have to choose. And I think with like record attendance right now, why would you want to divide that number? There's one way to play Yu-Gi-Oh correctly, like right. You can play it casually however you want, but there's one competitive way to play it, and I think that's a super cool thing. I don't know why you would want to split the entire community in half to support
I hate the
extended.
idea.
well,
I
that's-
hate
that's
the
the
idea that
argument
it's like,
is-
hey, announcing YCS Philly and YCS New York. YCS Philly, you play everything with a ban list. YCS New York, you play with the set rotate. That makes absolutely no fucking sense for Yu-Gi-Oh.
why
If
not?
only there was some card game that was infinitely more popular than Yu-Gi-Oh that took that approach, but unfortunately we'll never know.
Hey, that's
No,
not
but if they
true.
took that
I
approach
think that
from
it's-
day one, I feel like that's very simple, very different.
They didn't.
than-
They didn't. Magic Forever did not have set rotation, and then they implemented Type 1 and Type 1.5 to save the fucking game. Because they ended up in a Yu-Gi-Oh style event where the only thing you were playing were the greatest 60 cards ever printed.
Let's bring in Hearthstone into this argument as well. Let's just talk
The
about
same
all the games.
thing. The exact same thing.
No, Hearthstone's
but-
the same
Okay,
thing, yeah.
so for what it's worth, I appreciate the concept that like, oh, you know, there's record attendance. Why would you want to fuck this up, right? But I think you have to look at the like
Bro,
Yu-Gi-Oh is at a point of culture.
You would do it for the sake of the game. If a rotation makes the game better, then who cares if it's 3,000 people at one YCS? Well, if we split it into 1,500 events for two formats, and the people have better times at each, then like who cares? Why is it bad? I don't get it. Both Magic and Hearthstone died though. That's like not even remotely true. Like both of those games are not dead. Like I don't know what you're talking about. Like at least use reasonable arguments if we're talking.
Cultural saturation that like if I talk to my grandma, she knows what Yu-Gi-Oh is. She's like
Really?
familiar with it as a concept. Yeah, they're like, oh, the kid with the hair, right? You know, it is what it is. But
Does she know magical
there are
scientists?
well, there's a significant amount of people who are interested in Yu-Gi-Oh from the anime, from you know its cultural impact.
Yeah, and then they pull up to an
that
event.
do-
They can't play any of the cards they saw on the show. What the fuck example is
but
this, man?
they do not play the game because it is impenetrable to them. Think of how many people you know that are like, oh, the game's too complicated.
How would set
The
rotation
concept-
help that?
Because you can make the game easier.
that's
No,
But
what if
what
the-
are
what then
we
those get
talking
rotated?
about?
You know what the problem here is? You know what the problem here is? And I mean this in the most respectful way, is that there's a discussion here between one person that understands the concept of rotation and three people that don't. They just don't know. They haven't really thought about like the concepts of rotation. They don't really understand. They have not even spent a second to look at how it works in other games, what the history of rotation is, how a rotation would possibly work. For them, it's just like they are applying the concept of just rotating the last couple sets in a Yu-Gi-Oh release structure that we have today, which I agree would probably suck. Like if we just rotated and they kept product exactly the same way, it would be bad. There would have to go other changes with a rotation. You would implement other changes alongside a rotation. Like for example, you could design cards differently. You could design cards differently. You could have core sets that reprint certain staples or certain archetypes that you want to give some spotlight in any given year of rotation or whatever. It would be a rework of the entire structure of the game, not just, yo, last 5 sets are legal, everything else is banned, go at it. That's not what's going to happen. Or that's not what would happen. I'll say to this point of making the game newer player friendly, I think is 100% true, and not for the reasons that they were mentioning. Yes, I believe the game would be a little bit simpler, but I think the major point that would be new player friendly or casual player friendly or whatnot is the amount of cards you need to be familiar with. It is, and I know this from like having friends that haven't been playing the game for years and are trying to come back or like whatnot. The amount of cards you need to be familiar with, even if you're just talking like meta relevant stuff, is insanely high for Yu-Gi-Oh! It is not even funny how complicated it is to get into Yu-Gi-Oh! If you haven't played the game in a couple of years. All right? And this is partially because there's way too many archetypes, but there's also a billion like tech cards that you need to know from like years ago. Right? And if you had a set rotation in place, you could just hand someone the list of cards they need to read that are legal in the current format, and they could like actually go through it. Right? They could actually go through the entire list of stuff and maybe understand most of it and go to a tournament and know what to expect. Right? And the amount of things you need to learn as a new player when you look at Yu-Gi-Oh! is crazy, because that's like, it's over 20 years of cards that are all legal, except for like a list of, I don't know, 100 cards on the ban list. So yeah, no, overall, I think rotation, the concept of rotation is something that you only really understand if you really think about it, and also look at how it works in other games. And I think that if you are looking at it only from the Yu-Gi-Oh! Perspective, you have no idea how it works in other games, what it does to the market, what it does to the game itself. You're not gonna like the idea in the beginning, and I understand that, but I think if you think about it more like closely, and if they actually managed it quite well, I think it would be a good thing. Literally.
Every time you reprint
out.
the game, every time you reprint the
every
game, you have to
2
print a ton of
years.
links,
Yeah,
a ton of
and then 2
synchros, a
years,
ton of
that's it.
XCs, a ton of effect monsters. How the fuck are you gonna
guys
do anything with that?
You guys are out of your mind. If you drastically decrease the power and drastically decrease the complexity of Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards,
Okay, Joseph.
a bunch of those people
The older panda, thank you for the 5 months.
who are not playing events right now, there is a possibility there's a lot more who would get in but are like not going
One
to 'cause it's
question
too
for you,
hard.
Joseph.
wait,
I have
sorry,
one question.
Can I speak for a sec, bro? Oh my
Run
god,
it.
let me
Go
talk!
on.
Let me
Go
talk! Okay.
God damn it, dude.
Jesus Christ, bro.
God, I hate everything.
Holy
What a great finale.
So another problem with Joseph's like theory of like you can lower the power level. Imagine we reset the game, right? We can release like the weakest cards in the game that are all super fair. We can go back to GOAT era speed. What if Evenly Match was the best we got? So now we have standard sets released for the rest of eternity that never compare to those older cards, and that extended format never gets buffed because you can't release cards like Evenly Matched, Effect Veiler, Imperm, because that's what made the game so bad before or needed this rotation.
This is actually a really good point. 2 things. 1, you can have a standard and an extended ban list, and 2, of course, you can print like a modern master set where cards are only legal for the Eternal format. But importantly, there's a lot of cards that are powerful in advanced format right now that theoretically would be very weak in a low power level format. Think about Dark Ruler No More. If you expect the game to take 10 or 20 turns, that's a dog shit card. Right? But in the context of the way that Yu-Gi-Oh! Exists now, where one person does a big fuck-off combo fest for 20 minutes, that card's extremely powerful. And using that type of context, you can release cards that are good for specific formats.
I have one question. Joseph, are you suggesting, and Farfa maybe as well, you can chime in since you guys are pro set rotation, are you suggesting that after you rotate out sets and you're in the new rotation, are you suggesting there could ever be a world where you just have a format where links don't exist or synchros don't exist? Or is every single format moving forward going to have every single summoning mechanic available at some point during the format?
I think that's like getting into like the details of it, and I don't know like if that's worth talking about.
I mean, I think it is worth talking about whether or not it functions in Yu-Gi-Oh.
I mean, there's like potential. It's worth thinking about this, right? But you could have a core set, like an extra deck toolbox type of set, where you just release like, I don't know, 200 cards as a set for the current rotation, and you put like a bunch of extra deck staples in it, like 20 for each mechanic or 40 for each mechanic, and those are the ones we play with at the beginning of the rotation. I don't see the problem, you know what I mean?
The idea of not being able to have these is just so bad.
It's like we still get synchros and XYZs today. It's not like we only got them when they were in the synchro era.
Okay,
so
question for everyone. If set rotation just happened like tonight, for example, do you think it would like kill the game?
I would quit.
No.
I personally would quit.
divide it.
Oh boy, well boy, you really
That's cap. Like, nah.
wouldn't be attending those YCSs. But
Okay, Joseph.
No.
No.
you're gonna have to choose between the
Joseph,
standard YCS and the legacy YCS.
What?
I'll give this pitch to competitive players who think that the only way to play Yu-Gi-Oh is advanced. If set rotation happens tomorrow, do you know what the best deck is? Cash Tira. What's the second best deck? Sprite. What's the third best deck? Labyrinth. It's the same fucking format.
All right, Gage, who's the imposter and why?
I think Joseph's the imposter. That's
Farfa's the imposter, no question asked. There's no way Farfa actually is in favor of rotation because Farfa doesn't understand how it works. Yeah, it's just MBT was the only reasonable person in this thing.
where I'm putting my money at. But
Okay,
See, I don't know. I think
it's
he believes
Nadir.
this.
No one else agrees with my dog shit take. It's Nadir, 100%.
I think I know who it is, and I've already written it down. I'm sold.
is it time? Nobody else has got anything to fight about right now?
All right, ready?
Give me a sec. No, I need to think. I haven't even written anything down here. I
Farfa,
honestly
you don't need
know.
to think. It's you. You don't have to think at all.
He
It's
really
literally
does
you.
not need to think.
I swear, if it's Gage and everyone is pro set rotation but me, I'm going to be upset.
Okay, like, it's important to note that I did say, like, not for the main game, but even still, if it was for the main game, I'd still play, like, whatever.
3, 2, 1. All right, there's not one.
Who was it?
No, Remy did do what I told him.
No
I gave
way.
her the
What?
idea. No, I gave her
Yeah,
the
no.
idea, man. I said, you know what? Final episode, let's bring it back. To
Oh,
Lisa. I
that's
said, what if
genius.
Oh, there's no imposter.
Wait,
Okay.
there's
We
no
gotta just yell
imposter.
at each other.
You know, some guys.
There's no
Wait, so
imposter.
Farfa and Joseph,
okay.
your takes are just dog shit. Oh my
What do you
god.
mean?
Oh my god, dude. You know what would be the thing? If we got rotation tomorrow, some people would quit. Most people wouldn't. And I think overall, in the long run, I think it would be fine. I think we would still enjoy the game. And I think the fact that it would become an easier game to understand is that it would drive more people into the game than we would lose. We would lose a bunch of like crybabies because of rotation. But we would gain a lot of people that could bring back. That we could bring back because they don't have to learn 20 years of cards.
I don't agree with it, but
next MBT series is gonna be rotation Yu-Gi-Oh. We're gonna make the rotation set. Oh, it's gonna be so good.
We could call it Yu-Gi-Oh's greatest hits or something.
Okay, but actually the real take is that we already have rotation Yu-Gi-Oh, and it's Edison, and it's the most popular thing ever. So
All right, good episode, boys.
this one was fucked.
This was good.
Yeah.
Dan, make it a
Goodbye,
long
everyone.
one, dude. Literally make it a half-hour episode, bro.
No,
Run it.
I was
Yeah, legitimately
I was
cut
gonna
as little
say
as
like
possible.
the last episode I think it was we had like
Splitting the community like Magic did is not the way to go. I'm not sure if the community is super split in Magic. Of course, I'm not part of the Magic community, so I don't know that. But I think there is nothing wrong with like having like people that play Yu-Gi-Oh in one way and playing Yu-Gi-Oh in another way, and them having like, you know, like, what's the downside of it? Like, you can just talk to the people that play your game, because like, we have people that play Yu-Gi-Oh Duel Links, we have people that play Yu-Gi-Oh Master Duel and not play the TCG. Like, what is the problem with that? Like, why is that a an issue, right? We have Duel Links players, we have Master Duel players. Why does that matter? We have people that only play Edison. We have people like there's an entire Edison community out there that doesn't even really. There's only some people that still play regular TCG. Like people play Edison, people play Goat. Those are different communities. What's the downside? I don't understand the problem. Right, thank you for the 9 months. It would make events smaller. I mean, what do you get from this size of an event? Like, why is that such a counter argument for like the game? Like, do you care personally if a YCS has 3,000 players or 1,500 players because it's split into two? Like, is that what is your what is your disadvantage at that? Like, no one really cares about that, I think. People and friends are the core of the game, dude. So you think you're losing all your friends if they implement rotation right now? I think then you should maybe reconsider your friendships. If you think you lose all your friends because they implement the rotation. I think maybe... I think now we're getting a little bit off track with our arguments here. Like, you're like, hey, yo, friends are the core of the game. We can't have rotation, bro. Your friends don't rotate, bro. The cards rotate, not the friends. I'm not talking about rotating your friends out. I think to get to a close, I think, and you can disagree on this. You can definitely disagree on this, but I personally think that the way they are treating Yu-Gi-Oh right now, like I mentioned previously, I don't think it's going to work forever. I think Yu-Gi-Oh is, with the power creep, going to hit a barrier at some point, where the game will become overall just too fast, too powerful, and they are not keeping up properly with a ban list right now. So I think eventually we will hit a barrier where some more drastic measures are necessary, as just our like ban list with like 5 cards every 4 months or whatnot, right? Like we get a ban list that features like between 5 and 10 cards every 3 to 4 months, and at this pace, I think the game is gonna get out of hand, really quickly at some point. And whether that's like next year or in 2 years or whatnot is like, we will see. Currently, I still enjoy the game a lot. I want to say this, like all of this, like also my latest YouTube video, it might sound like I have so many issues with modern Yu-Gi-Oh! I don't like it anymore. That's not the case. I still enjoy it a lot. I still think it's great. I think Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a great game right now. But I don't really see many options as to where it could go from here. You know what I mean? And we will see. And set rotation could be a solution to that. Maybe maybe all it takes is like they change the way they do ban lists, right? Maybe that's all. Maybe they need to do ban lists more frequently like they do in Master Duel. Maybe that's all they need to do. Just like give us a ban list every month, make it more fresh, and like give us react faster to like, you know, react faster to cards that are too powerful and whatnot, right? I think overall there needs to be something that deals with the power creep, is I think how we can get to a close here. And I think that is even the people that don't like rotation or don't like the idea of rotation can probably agree with that there needs to be some solution to the power creep, because we can't power creep forever. Can we agree on that, chat? I think we can agree on that. I think that's a very reasonable take about modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Is that power creep at some point needs to be looked at, and at some point there needs to be a solution. Whether that solution is a different ban list strategy, a new master rule, a set rotation, we don't have to agree on that right now, because also, like, you know, we can't predict that, and we don't know exactly how it would work. But I think we can agree that something at some point needs to happen about the power creep. Know what I mean? Vavrion and TJ, thank you for the 3 months. Also Holorin, thank you for the 11. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. I think that's all I wanted to say about it. I think I personally would not be opposed to set rotation, but I would only like a set rotation under 2 premises, which is important. The first premise would be that they do it properly, which that is a tough ask, and also what exactly does that mean? I don't know. But it would from a game design perspective, I would only like a rotation if they did it properly. And the second thing is, I think they should keep the full power all-time Yu-Gi-Oh! They should keep that as a side, as a secondary format if they ever did a rotation. I think they should. I think those are the two conditions under which I would be okay with set rotation, and I could actually see it being quite healthy for the game in the long run. Right? It's like, do it properly and also keep the other format, like keep the eternal format alive, basically. Yeah. Or maybe they'll find a different solution, but some solution needs to be found, I think. Is my take. All right, back to these cards. Back to talking about actual cards that are not hypothetical and definitely going to happen. All right. Fusion Reinforcement. Normal spell card. You can only activate 1 card with this card's name per turn. Reveal a fusion monster in your extra deck. And if you do, special summon one of the fusion materials mentioned on it from your extra deck or grave, but until the end of your opponent's turn, it cannot attack. Also, its effects are negated. What can we summon with this? Is there something we can summon that's cool? Kid Carlos. Oh, nah. I mean, like, even then, like, Naturia Beast to infinitely mill? Naturia Beast to infinitely mill? What do you mean? Macam, thank you for the 9 months. I mean, you can summon Naturia Beast, but it's negated. Naturia Beast mills as cost. Yeah, it mills as cost, but not infinitely. It basically, yeah, it turns... Wait, does Nat Beast... Can you Nat Beast your own spells? Naturia Beast. Yeah. Okay, you can. You can Naturia Beast your own spells. So theoretically, if you activate this card, summon Naturia Beast, you can attempt to negate your own spells. It will not negate it because the effect is negated. And then you mill 2 cards on every spell card. And then at the end of your combo, when you've used all your spells, you can use the Nat Beast as synchro material or link material or overlay into a rank 5. Not the worst thing in some decks, maybe. But I don't even know if it's like, if that's good enough. I don't know. It can kind of be used as like a ready fusion kind of thing where you can summon some just bodies with different levels and attributes from this, I'm sure. It's interesting in Runick Naturia. Yeah, Runick Naturia has a lot of spells and gains some advantage out of the milling. That could be something. It does take significant amount of extra deck space, to be fair, because you can, like, you need to have Exterio and Beast, and then you summon the Beast, and then if you play like Runick Naturia, you need another Beast. So like, right? Interesting card though. Interesting card though, but the fact that it can't attack and is negated makes me think it's not that busted. Unless there is something that has a sick graveyard effect that you can get for free. Wind Up Zenmeister can get around the effect negate. At this point, we're talking very, very niche combos, though. I don't think... Yeah, I don't know. Like, yeah, you are right. You can summon Wind Up Zenmeister. You can detach an XYZ material from this card, target a face-up monster you control, change it to face-down defense position, and if you do, during the end phase, change it to face-up attack position. So you can, if you make a rank 4, you can activate this card, summon Naturia Beast, flip it face down. During the end phase, it gets flipped face up again, and then you have a Naturia Beast. But bro, Naturia Beast is not that hard to summon. Like you can just summon Naturia Beast without like, you know, summoning Gary plus Camellia. Bro, Camellia already makes like Naturia Beast pretty much on its own, almost. So, I don't know, like Mole Cricket is a 1-card Naturia Beast. So, you telling me that this is a rank 4 plus this card is a Nat Beast is like that's not that big of a deal, you know what I mean? I don't know. I don't think that is the use case of this card. I think I could definitely see this card being used in like a Runick deck where you summon Nat Beast, and then you use the negated Nat Beast to mill a bunch of Runicks. That is something I could see. The other use cases don't really convince me. I need to go to the toilet really quick, and then we will continue. We can react to the new Runick again. I have read the new Runick, but I don't know if I've done it on stream. So let me just quick little toilet break, and then we can do that. All right, I have returned. 2 new Mikanko cards got revealed on Twitter just now. Goddamn, link it, and we will also react to that. Link the new Mikanko goo real fast. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Okay, I found it. I found it. I found it. All right. The Dance of the Mikanko enters a darker phase. Oh, a new ritual monster. All right, all right. A new ritual monster. Arahime, the manifested Mikanko. Okay, Arahomi. Arahomi, the manifested Mikanko. You can ritual summon this card with Mikanko Kagura. That's the one that already exists. You can only use the first effect of this card's name once per turn. If this card is in your hand or graveyard and you have another Mikanko card in your grave, you can target a face-up monster on the field, equip it with this card. Once per turn during the end phase, if this card is equipped to a monster, you can return this card and the equipped monster to the hand. Cannot be destroyed by battle. Also, your opponent takes any battle damage you would have taken from battles involving this card. I mean, it's like, it's so close to being interesting, right? But the fact that it bounces during the end phase makes this very, very mediocre, I think, overall. In all the different ways you could maybe use this card, because it's in the end phase, you kind of lose that ability. Like, you could use it turn 1 to bounce one of your monsters back to your hand in some combo shape or form, like how they bounce the Infernoble, the little Infernoble Knight guy, to re-special summon it, right? That's a cool way of using the card. But in your end phase, you can't do any shenanigans like that. And then if you want to use this card going second, it could theoretically be a very good board breaker, but bouncing in the end phase, kind of mediocre. Right? Bouncing in the end phase, kind of mediocre. But it's not a terrible card. I just don't think this is what Mikanko needed. But alright. Mikanko Spiriting Away. Maybe this is it. Normal trap card. You can only use the first and second effects of this card's name each once per turn. Target a face-up monster your opponent controls. Equip that face-up monster to a Mikanko monster you control. Then, if there is a ritual monster card on the field, inflict 500 damage to your opponent for each equipped spell you control. Okay, interesting removal as a trap card. You can banish this card from your grave. Special summon a one of your Mikankos that is banished or in your hand. Now, this is better, I think. I'm a little bit confused why it summons from banished. Was there much in Mikanko that, like... Do Mikankos have cards that banish? I don't think they do. The new equip from Sayak banishes whatever it summons. Okay. It's an interesting card because it makes it so that you can, like, you can end on more going first with Mikanko now. Like, you can end on the Ohime with an equip spell in the grave and maybe this card, so you can, like, steal an opponent's monster, equip an opponent's monster. Very cool ways of disruption. Not sure if that's going to make the deck good again or good enough, but I don't think this is a bad card. I don't think this is a bad card. Like, powerful removal trap plus graveyard effect. That seems like a solid concept for a card in my eyes. That seems like a solid concept in my eyes. Yo, sub goal just met. That's crazy. That's what is that? The third time today? Thank you. Yeah, you know what that means. You know what that means. And then in the meantime, let me look for the new Runick. me go on Yugi.org and search for Runick. Oh, I think it's cursed. The cursed remix is back. This version is a banger. Noob, Cybot, and D-Bar. Thank you guys for the primes. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for the support. All right. Speaking of Runics. Did we talk about Runics? No. Sleipnir, the Runick main. Level 9 fusion effect monster. Now, I personally did not expect it. I did not expect more Runick support, but here we are, and I'm here for it. You guys know I love Runics. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. During your main phase or your opponent's battle phase, quick effect. You can target a face-up monster they control, banish it and this card until the end phase. Now that's a phenomenal removal effect, in my opinion, for Runics. Because Runics, by default, has a problem with removing monsters, you know? And that was like this card alone, I think, makes all of the bad Runick cards so much better. Right? I think this makes all of the bad Runick cards so much better, because now if I have a golden droplet going second, I don't need to go into my battle phase to force a negation or something. I don't need to do anything. I don't need to go Gary Crash or some stuff like that. I can just summon this, banish, and force like the Barone, the whatever. I can force whatever I want, right? So that's really good. And then the second effect, if your opponent adds a card from the deck to the hand, you can special summon a Runick token in attack position. This one I don't quite understand. Like, you know, I don't really understand why we get tokens from this, but I guess we do. It's a generator lore reference. Do Runics have something to do with generators? Is Runick part of some other lore? I don't really know that. Oh, it is. It's part of another lore. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Genes, think of it as 6 months. Okay. Well, level 9 also gives you some other options with this, like depending on what Runick version you play, maybe rank 9s become an option. It is worth noting, I want to say one thing. This effect is not something like... This is not during the turn this is summoned or only while it's in the extra monster zone. You can repeatedly use this over and over and over again, right? You summon this in the extra monster zone, you banish an opponent's monster, in the end phase, both come back, next turn, you can do it again, right? You can just, like, hop in and out with the Runick, with this thing, right? And always banish one monster every turn. So it's basically continuous removal for every turn. I think this is really good. I think this card is very strong. It's only during your main phase or their battle phase, but still, like, it's still really, really powerful. Imagine having 3 of these in play. Well, they are hard once per turn, so that does not work. Otherwise, that would be insane. Yeah, otherwise you would be right. If you could establish multiples of these, like, you can just basically, like, you know, hop in and out. Like, basically get rid of your opponent's entire board every time. But it is hard once per turn, so that's good. Sometimes it gives you a free token. I think this second effect is only like a bonus. It is funny that you can now actually fuse into your Runick fusion monsters with like polymerization, because like this comes back in the main monster zone and the tokens are also in the main monster zone, so you can just like poly for the Runics sometimes if you want to. I don't know why you would do that, but like you can. But yeah, this card is great for Runics. I'm excited for this card. I'm very excited for this card. I know people don't love Runics as much. I personally think Runics are great card design. I'm a big fan of Runick. I'm not a fan of Runick Stun, but other than that, I love Runics. We will talk more about Runick when We will talk more about Runick when we're doing the ban list discussion this week. Sadly, I think we do need to talk about Runick when we are talking about the next ban list. Unfortunately, but yeah. Hue Cicero, thank you for the tier 1. Welcome to the stream. Appreciate the support. Welcome, welcome. I love Naturia Runick, my favorite deck right now. I think the Runick decks that are not Runick Stun are, of course, the Fountain Draws seem really they seem really powerful and really broken. But one thing I really appreciate about Runick decks is how they feel like a very cool solution to modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Where I think it's a really cool concept where every card is a utility card, but also an extender, right? Where you have to choose what you want right now from each individual Runick card. They can either be your extenders, they can be your removal, your utility cards. I think that is a very cool design. Yeah, and Fountain, I mean, as busted as Fountain is, I think Fountain is what keeps the entire deck together. Like, without Fountain, Runicks would not be good. But Hornsaurus and Kaitoptera. There's a lot of dinosaur support recently, huh? Is that just me? I feel like there's been a lot of dinosaur support. Also, what is AC03? When do we get these cards? You can only use the second and third effect of this card's name each once per turn. Okay, my mouse has died. Fortunate turn of events. I have backup batteries, though, I think. Somewhere. Okay, save. Yeah, I got these rechargeable batteries, but I always forget to recharge them, so that's an issue. I don't even know if this one's fully charged. We'll see how long it takes. Okay, where was I? You can only use the second and third effect of this card's name each once per turn. If your opponent controls 2 or more non-wind face-up monsters, those monsters cannot target this card for attacks. Okay, that's irrelevant. During your main phase, you can add a poly from your deck to your hand. Okay. If this card becomes banished, you can special summon it. Then you can add a polymerization from your graveyard to your hand. Okay. That's not bad. I mean, I'm all here for, like I said earlier when we looked at that other fusion monster, I'm here for polymerization support. And this is not bad. It's like it searches the poly and then you just have to fuse it away and then somehow get it banished. I don't know how you get it banished, but that's cool. Hornsaurus. Kaitoptera plus a dinosaur or a dragon. You can only use the first and third effect of this card's name each once per turn. If this card is fusion summoned, you can place a field spell from your deck or graveyard face up in your field zone. Can attack directly the turn is special summoned. During your main phase, you can immediately after this effect resolves normal summon a dinosaur or dragon. Okay, so everyone, 1 second. Everyone that was so viciously talking against set rotation just now, okay? I want you, the first time someone gets Secret Village of the Spellcasters with this card against you in your deck full of spell cards, I want you to think back to this moment Yeah? I want you to take a second, take a deep breath, and think back of this exact stream, this exact moment when you argued against set rotation. And then they activated Secret Village of the Spellcaster with this Fusion Dino from 2023. They activate that field spell from like 2008 against you, and you get floodgated out, okay? Yeah, these are good cards. These are good cards. This card was already a good card before I read the Fusion Monster. The fact that this is the material needed for the Fusion Monster makes it even better. This is pretty damn strong. I'm sure there's going to be some way to use this. Like the first thing I can think of, if we're let's keep it in archetype, right? Let's keep it in archetype in dinosaurs. Getting the one, how many diagrams do we have? One? I think we have one diagram, right? So like getting the one-off diagram is pretty interesting, right? Like because diagram is not on activation, so that doesn't care about that. So this is pretty cool. You are right. You can fusion deployment into this card. You can fusion deployment into this card because it is mentioned on this card. That makes it better as well. The question is, do you want to play this card in a fusion deployment deck? Or do you want to play this in a deck where you're not restricted to only fusions, right? Maybe you want to XYZ with it because it's a level 4 dinosaur after all. So you really want to be able to make those Dolkas, Lagias, whatnot, right? Kono Rubada, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. Appreciate the prime. Yeah, being locked out of XYZ in Dino is kind of sus. Yeah. But, yeah, I mean, I like this. I like this card as, like, generic fusion support. I like that. This one, not so much. I'm scared of the Hellhorn Source. Colorless Chaos King of Dark World. Now, this card looks pretty dope. This card looks pretty dope. But I'm kind of scared of this one. Rainbow, Overlord of Dark World, +2/+2 Fiend monsters. Wait, Rainbow, is that the good Rainbow, or is that the bad Rainbow? I think that's the old bad one. Oh yeah, that's the bad one. Monka S. I don't want to play that card. I don't want to play that card. That's pretty bad. All right. Now this card needs to be insane if you want to make me use this one. Attack ? Defense ? If this card is fusion summoned, you can destroy all cards your opponent controls. All right, I'm listening. Diddy Ice T, thank you for the 6 months. Appreciate that. The fusion spell. The fusion spell for Dark World is a quick play spell though, right? So you can hypothetically blow up your opponent's board on the opponent's turn. Still, this card's original attack and defense become the number of fusion materials used for its summon times 1,000, so it's at least 3,000. Once per turn, quick effect, you can target a face-up card you control, discard a card, and if you do, your opponent cannot target the targeted face-up card with card effects this turn. Hmm. That's not good. This is like so much worse than the other fusion. It's kind of crazy. Well, like when I saw the artwork, I was expecting more. It's just not good. I mean, like destroying all cards your opponent controls would be a nice secondary option in the extra deck, right? It would be a nice secondary option in the extra deck because maybe sometimes you want to do that. Because you already play a fusion spell in Dark Worlds. You already do that. But why does it take this guy as material? This guy is awful. And if it takes this one, it needs to be better than that, right? Like, I don't think, yeah. Now, if this card took the other rainbow, the good rainbow, then we would be talking. If this card's fusion material included the card we already played, then we would be using this as a one-off option, maybe. Right? King of the Swamp in Dark World, it's not worth it to use King of the Swamp to make this card. It's not good enough for that. This card is disappointing. You can make Zeus. True. You can make Zeus with this. Now, this support, moving on to Volcanics. I haven't read these yet. I have not read these yet, but I think this is... When I saw that this was a thing, that they printed Volcanics Support, I thought this was extra funny. Slender Revolution, thank you for the prime. I thought this was extra funny because we literally talked about this. Who was here when we watched the... I think it was Magical Hats with the Legacy Support, right? And I was like, a good example of cards that I could see being good again if they printed the right support is like Volcanic Shell and Volcanic Rocket and stuff like that. And then literally like, what, 3 weeks later, they're like, here you go. There's your Volcanic Support. At this point, it can't be a coincidence anymore. They are watching. Shoutouts to all the Konami employees watching. Appreciate you being here. Don't forget to check for your Prime, Konami employee, so you don't get any ads and whatnot. You know what I mean? So, Volcanic Support, and I've heard good things about this. I haven't read it yet, but I know that there's this video, which we're going to look at in a second, titled, This Is Not Okay, Volcanic Sprite 2023. So I'm here for it. I am all here for it. Apparently, these cards pair well with sprites. 1,505 days of pain later, Volcanic fans are finally free from the prophecy of 3,008 days ago. What are they referring to here? What are they referring to? Did they announce Volcanic Support like, what, 4 years ago or something? Pain reference? I don't know what pain is. Guy on Twitter that tweeted every day for new support. Okay, I see. Volcanic's strongest warrior, someone obsessed with Volcanics. Okay, well, they are now free. Let's see if they are also... They are free, but let's see if they're also happy. Volcanic Emperor, level 8. 3,100 attack, 2,400 defense. Cannot be normal summoned or set. Must be special summoned from your hand or grave by banishing 3 Pyro monsters or a Blaze Accelerator card from your face-up field and or graveyard. You can only special summon Volcanic Emperor once per turn. When summoned this way, you can inflict 500 damage to your opponent for each of your Pyro monsters currently banished. Then you can set a Volcanic Trap directly from your deck except Volcanic Eruption. Each time your opponent special summons a monster, inflict 500 damage to them. Ooh, Masquerade. Volcanic Eruption is not a volcanic card, right? It's one of those Frog the Jam problems, right? That it's not actually part of the archetype, so... They should just rename it to like Eruption the Jam or something, I suppose. Or Slime Eruption. Yeah, it's like one of those old Dino cards. Yeah, okay. Inflict 500 damage to your opponent for each Pyro monsters currently banished. Then you can set a Volcanic Trap. It doesn't do all that much. like, it's relatively easy to summon, right? Because all it takes is one Blaze Accelerator or the Pyro monsters. It does FTK if you have 16 banished Pyro monsters. I don't think that's going to be a thing, but okay. Let's read on. Wait, actually, legal targets for this card are Volcanic Inferno and Volcanic Recharge. Let me quickly check these because I don't actually know these. Volcanic Inferno. God damn it! This battery is also empty. I put an empty battery into my mouse. Bro, I don't know if I have. Oh god, I don't have another battery. Oh god damn it. That's potentially a problem. Potentially a problem. I need to go and find a battery for this. I'll be right back, chat. I need to find a battery for my mouse. All right. I'm plundering the remote. I'm plundering the remote. How do you take these out? Wait, how do you take these out? Can't take these out? Why can't you take these? Surely you can. Thing is, I have no fingernails. That makes it a lot harder. I can't even see chat right now because I clicked off of chat for to search for Volcanic Inferno. Oh, there we go. There we go. Batteries acquired. We will soon be saved. Sorry about that. No, please don't be empty. Oh god damn it, they're empty. Oh my god, the remote. All right, note to self. Note to self, get a wired mouse. I have acquired more batteries. How are all of them? This is the mouse broken? They can't all be empty. Okay, this one works. All right. Okay. All I had to do was go ahead and find like 3 remotes. Now I have batteries. Okay. All right, we're back. We're back. All right, okay. Where was I? Sorry about that. Yu-Gi-Oh database. Volcanic Inferno. Oh, that's the card. We don't even have that card yet. We don't even have that card yet. Cards read incredibly playable. Combination with Runick, this might be unbelievably toxic to play against. We'll see. Oh, it's from the same. Okay, then no spoilers. The other one is. What about the other one? Volcanic Recharge. Oh, that's this old thingy. Okay. This is. Return 3 volcanic monsters from your graveyard to your deck. Okay, surely you're not going to play this. So it depends on whether Volcanic Inferno is good. Volcanic Trooper. Level 3, 1,000. You can only use the first and second each once per turn. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can add a volcanic card from your deck to your hand, except Volcanic Trooper or Volcanic Eruption. Okay, I'm listening. All right. You can discard a card, special summon a bomb token to your opponent's field. When this token is destroyed, its controller takes 500 damage. Ooh. We can give tokens to the opponent to like fuel our Blaze accelerators turn 1. Bomb Monko W. I mean, what are the odds that this is renamed in the TCG to like Pyro token or some shit? Probably. Either way, giving stuff to your opponent is a dangerous trait in Yu-Gi-Oh, I want to say. There is a dangerous amount of things you can do when your opponent has cards, right? But there's that. Interesting. Volcanic Rimfire. Okay, this looks like Volcanic Shell on steroids. If this card is sent to the graveyard, you can activate one of these effects. Banish this card from your grave. If you do, send a volcanic monster from your deck to the graveyard, except Rimfire. Okay. Banish a Blaze Accelerator card from your face-up field or grave. If you do, place a Blaze Accelerator continuous spell trap from your hand or deck face-up in your spell and trap zone. You can only use each effect of this card's name once per turn. Okay, both of these effects are not bad either. That's not bad. All right. Zebra Quakes, thank you for the 7 months. Welcome back. Appreciate that so much. Thank you. Volcanic Blaze Cannon. Volcanic Blaze Accelerator. Oh, did they... Is that actually... Are they... I never knew this. Were they originally named Blaze Cannon in the OCG and they renamed them to Blaze Accelerator in the TCG? Because they were like, we can't have cannons. They have to be accelerators. All right. Continuous spell card. Activate this card by sending a Blaze Accelerator from your hand, deck, or face-up field to the graveyard. You can only control one Volcanic Blaze Accelerator. Okay, from deck. Interesting. Once per turn, you can special summon a volcanic monster from your hand. Once per turn, you can target a face-up monster your opponent controls, send a level 1 Pyro monster from your deck to the graveyard, and if you do, destroy that target. Okay, now that's a card. That's pretty good. Exerion, thank you for the 4 months. That's pretty good. Right? I mean, this is every Edison player's dream card, dude. It needs the shitty bricky Blaze Accelerator to use it though. I mean, yeah, I guess. But the payoff is pretty sick. Fire Ejection. Is that Burstinatrix? It is Burstinatrix. You can only activate one card with this card's name per turn. Send one Pyro monster from your deck to the graveyard. Then, if it's a Volcanic monster, you can apply one of these effects. Inflict damage to your opponent equal to its level times 100. Special summon a bomb token to your opponent's field. Okay, so it's a Foolish Burial for Pyros with a bonus effect if it's a Volcanic of getting some slight burn damage. We love that. And a bomb token or a bomb token. Okay. And here's Volcanic Inferno. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. When your opponent activates a monster effect on the field, you can banish a Pyro from your grave, inflict 500 damage to your opponent. Then, if you banish the Volcanic monster, you can negate that activated effect. Alright. During your opponent's end phase, you can target up to 2 of your Volcanic monsters that are banished or in your grave. Place them on the bottom of the deck in any order. Card's fine. Card is fine, but not like crazy. Sinar AP, thank you for the 3 months. I think in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! That card is not good enough. I think because that card has advantage over multiple turns, but we don't play that many turns these days. So unless the game slows down, I don't think Morganite will be a thing. And then reprints, okay. I gotta say, some of this stuff seems pretty cool, but so far I don't really know exactly how I would use these cards. There's no concept in my head what the game plan would be, because like there's no extra deck monsters for Volcanics. In terms of disruption for the opponent's turn, there isn't much here. I guess let's watch the Lithium video, shall we? Let's watch the Lithium video. I'm hoping the yo what's up guys is fat today.
Yo, what's up guys, welcome
That
back.
was
So,
fat.
new Volcanic Support. Let's try it out. First of all, the deck list. It looks ugly. It looks really ugly, but it actually makes sense. Hear me out. So, first of all, I went
Crisp.
over 40 cards. So, Volcanic featuring Sprite. It actually makes super much, or at least a lot of sense. You'll see it in a couple of moments. I went over 40 cards simply because like the Volcanic
Oh, I see. We're summoning Mannequin Cat, and then when they get the token, we get to some. I see. What do you do there?
engine, Volcanic cards, or Volcanic is playing, cards that you don't really want to open, like the new, continuous trap, the Blaze
Oh, we
Accelerator,
can discard
the
Angler.
OG one, the old school one, the Big Boss Emperor. You just want to send those cards from your deck to the graveyard. So that kind of makes it so that you could definitely run more than 40 cards because of the multiple engines, and you're thinning your deck by a lot. Shells, scatter shots, the Sprite engine, and this brings me to Sprite and the reason why it's there. Obviously, because it's a superb engine, extenders, but most importantly is because of the Riot card here on field, and that's Mannequin Cat. Mannequin Cat. It's basically the bread and butter of this deck. I was running like pure Volcanic first. And, it's a super slow deck. Volcanics, like years ago, they got like a new trap. The trap Blaze Accelerator, right? Discard one.
Okay, to be fair. Actually, I do need to go to the left side. My bad. To be fair, most of this is the Sprite stuff. Like, you didn't... The Volcanics didn't do that much. They were just here. This was mostly Sprite. Let's be real.
And it changed the deck by a lot. But now, the stun variant of the deck, or the slowish, controlish build of the deck is... it's far too weak. It still suffers from, and this deck as well, from like a big weakness, is that with the current support, but I think we can expect one more card still for Volcanic, is that they are lacking a Pot of Avarice alike effect. The deck, other than the new continuous trap, but it only reshuffles 2, and that's during your opponent's end phase, so that's not that fantastic. So hopefully that one unknown, I believe it's one card, hopefully that one unknown card gives the deck that Pot of Avarice-alike effect. You know, shuffling back your Scatter Shot, your shells. That's the most important card the deck I feel is still missing. Maybe a field spell. I'm not sure. I'm not going to change that. Imagine a field spell. So anyway, so here is why I guess again the sprite engine is there. Gigantic sprites searching those level 2s. You have the Angler engine is there simply because Beaver is a superb normal summon. You know your opponent won't, I guess, never.
Why are you not
Beaver,
attacking for game?
expecting
You
your
had
sprite
game
full
like 10
sprite.
minutes ago. Why
So
are you
Beaver
doing all
into
this?
sprint,
You're
into
just showing
another
off.
Angler plus Angler, like with
Just
one of the
attack.
Volcanics, the level 3 one. Forgot its name. You know, it gives your opponent like a volcanic token by discarding a card. So you know, discard Anglers, and you know, like that's it just works so well. And like here, Gigantic Sprite, I was actually hoping that Gigantic Sprite would just be negated, right? Because of this. It makes Mannequin Cat live again, and the beautiful part is that Mannequin Cat copies like Fire, for example, or Sprite or whatever, but mainly Fire, and you know, I think every deck is main decking one Fire monster.
I will say I love seeing cards like Blaze Accelerator, Volcanic Rocket, and Volcanic Shell seeing play, even if it's just hypothetically for now. I don't know if this is going to be good or not, but like those cards, I just love those cards. Those are so cool.
Ash Blossom. So, you know, just reborn your opponent's Ash Blossom, and then that basically turns on your entire Volcanic engine, especially because of, you know, Gigantic was negated, so I can still pump out, you know, level 3, 4 monsters, because I'm not locked, right? Because its effect didn't resolve. And again, getting off a Mannequin Cat is, with this deck, is kind of easy, simply because there are 2 cards,
I mean,
with the new Volcanic card.
None of this is better than what other sprite variants do. Let's be clear here. Like, this is just not better than other sprite decks. But
Cards that give your opponent like that fire token, volcanic token, which makes Mannequin Cat an instant full combo for Volcanic. Well, full combo almost, right? Because it searches the new level 3, the new level 3 searches the new Blaze
better?
Accelerator.
No.
and,
Cooler?
gives you
Yes.
a special summon. You know
I
what
agree.
I mean? It gives you, at least it gets your boss in the grave, Emperor, etc. So Mannequin Cat, it's just the bread and butter of the deck, and honestly, I can.
one cool thing about Salamangrate Sunlight Wolf just randomly being here, like part of the group project, being able to run 1 red, 1 carrot, and recycle them in the grind game, kind of pog.
See this card.
I'm kind of
see this
down
card
for that.
getting banned in the future. Not because of this, but I mean the interactions it has.
Bro, Scatter Shot.
As we've seen past formats, right, featuring Mannequin Cat. A couple of things here for the deck is Rocket is not once per turn, so again, you can use multiple times. The new Blaze Accelerator spell is also not once per, well, it's once per turn, but once per copy, so you could, like, it's somewhere here in the Reblaze, like, send, I think it's a Rimfire, the new level 1, banish itself, banish
Sunlight
a
Wolf
phase of
summon,
Blaze
oh
Accelerator
god.
on your side of the
Mannequin
field, and
Cat
then just
summon to
activate
Sunlight
another
Wolf Zone.
new Blaze Accelerate, and then, you know,
Oh,
use
beautiful.
its effects again, so special summon something from hand, and Foolish Burial something, or, you know, pop something and then Foolish Burial something. Long Run is a fire, so again, more Mannequin Cat abusement, or abuse. Mannequin Cat is so broken. And that's again why the sprite engine is there. So, like, for now the deck is running 4 to 6 cards. I'm looking to drop it down a little bit. The deck is also not running a full sprite engine, because this is not sprite. I think just
No,
very similar.
not
I think
Sprite.
it's the same engine as
Definitely not Sprite.
Dinkaburi, as he was running the Fur Hire deck in at least at YCS London a couple of weeks ago. I think it's the same amount of sprite cards. Triple blue, you know, 1 jet, 1 red, 1 carrot, and then 1 starter. Starter, I guess, it's okay, but it blocks your entire combo, and you know, this is still a volcanic deck, and using starter doesn't really accomplish that much. So that's why, you know, only 1 starter. Going second, and like pure volcanic, the deck definitely struggles against, you know, these kind of boards. But not this, because again you have multiple follow-up ways. Accelerator, try to pop the Masquerina, sending Rimfire, you know, this gets Emperor on field, and now using the Blaze Accelerator, special summoning Rocket, try to force, you know, some negations, and, you know, Imperm on Emperor, so no continuous trap search. But this opens up, the Nightmare play, you know what that means? Nightmare forces out or destroys the last back row, which we knew was that Book of Eclipse. And that's why Angler is there, you know, for the Nightmare package, for the new level 3 Volcanic rights, discard, and then, you know, use Angler. And here she is again. Yep, because of this. Fire, right? Yeah, fire attribute. And again, this turns on your entire combo, even though Volcanic Rocket was negated earlier, right? Yeah, because of red, right? I think so, yeah, red. I can still use this effect, right? Again, not once per turn. I get nipped though. I did have an out, couple of outs, right, for Avramex. So the nip was definitely needed. And here, yeah, it's just act accordingly.
That was
get
impressive.
The shell running, you know, the shell engine running. Still have the, you know, the sprite
To be
starter
honest.
for potential blue or, you know, either red or carrot,
That was
depending
not
on
bad.
which top deck my
That was a pretty good
opponent
hand,
had.
though, to be fair.
But,
Like, there was a
yeah,
lot
still
of
have
cards
the
that you didn't want to draw in that
Still
situation
have,
as
you know,
well.
the reload, you know, getting those draws and potential pops during your opponent's turn by sending, well, from the graveyard, right? Banish it from the graveyard. You know how it works. So going first again, and again, like always, the hand trap
Okay,
is
thank you
forced
for that
out.
valuable
Let's see if my
contribution.
opponent has another hand trap. And,
Thank you for the 6 months.
I think Ash is going to get activated on Angler. Then, you know, that kind of makes sense. I guess you... okay, no, because of red. Okay, it makes sense. And you know what that means? Everyone is main decking like here in this format, right? But I mean, from all the hand traps, I guess Edge is the most popular one. And that's the thing. The beautiful part here is because of Mannequin Cat, you're not relying on your opponent having Ash Blossom, because again, there is that Foolish Burial, the new Foolish, forgot its name, but that also gives your opponent that counter, right? So again, that's fantastic, plus level 3, so you're actually making 6 cards that could give your opponent that, you know, fire attribute during the opening turn. So very similar to Plunder Control, right? So again, very similar to how... I mean, regular sprites, right? But other than that, like this, I was running Heat Soul, as you saw, but like this setup is much better. Just keep Sunlight Wolf on field, Masquerina. This gives you the opportunity to now use Inferno, negate Beaver, and then still, you know, go for a Unicorn. Plus this trigger, Sunlight Wolf, getting that carrot. Oh man,
He's so happy.
Nice. Using the continuous trap, send back a shell, so I can search it again. Mannequin Cat is still there, and I think there should be a... Yep, Ash Blossom. I mean, it didn't really matter, right? Reborn anything, because again, that token was still there, so I can, you know, just target the token, and then, you know, get that full Volcanic engine online again. So Mannequin Cat, guys, it's something that... It's something to explore further upon, especially for this deck. It gives the deck more.
Bro, how many cards has he just printed, dude? You have like 13 cards. 14.
It gets negated, and I just have to pass, right? At least that's how it went for me,
Runick Sprite?
playing like pure Volcanics, and then you're kind of you know, still super vulnerable to the fact that on this moment with the current support, the deck does not have any form of, you know, Pot of Avarice alike card other than the slow trap. So here, I guess opening Scatter Shot is not the best. You know, it's not the card you really want to open with. But here in this case, it's a level 2 one. A level 2 monster you needed to extend your Sprite engine or potentially turn on your Sprite engine. So again, guys, it just goes super well together. Turns on Mannequin Cat here due to the Volcanic level 3. And again, like this hand went from, you know, kind of okay-ish.
I mean, no, against no hand trap, this is not that impressive. I just want to put this into perspective. Against no hand trap, this is not that sick. Like,
to this, a couple of negations, Sprite starter, I guess, or was it? No, it was used, but the 2 sets I believe are the 2 Volcanic traps, or is it an Imperm? No, I think it's an Imperm. Yeah, Inferno and Imperm. I think so. Runick Tip is definitely going to get negated. I don't want to battle it out, you know, against the field spell. Yugioh is getting negated by the Continuous Trap. You have Banish a Volcanic one. Scatter Shot, which, you know, if the trap is going to survive, I can just send it back to the deck to, you know, get those 3 copies in deck. This is fine. There is no battle phase, so I don't need to fear Zeus. And I think the Onibimaru is going to hit the field.
bro, Emperor Burn
Smashers,
actually
I
hurts.
guess, like here, in all honesty, you just, you know, use Onibimaru and then, you know, potentially use Smashers, but the game is lost either way. So recycle some cards, draw a shell, that's fine, you know.
Okay. I mean, I think two things. First of all, this is probably not the best way to play Sprite. It doesn't look terrible, but probably not the best way to play Sprite. Also, I don't think by the time we get those Volcanic cards, I don't know what DP28 is, like Duelist Pack or something. By the time we get these cards, we probably don't have Sprite at this power level anymore. Like, most likely not. Most likely not. We get it in August, we get it in November. Okay, so people are not sure exactly when we get it. At some point, August. Okay, if it's August, that's 4 months. That's 4 months. There's like no shot that we have Sprite at the full power until August. So there's that. Are you going to Worlds? I'll try, but I'm not qualified yet. No one is qualified yet. Remember all the theory with Gishki? Kind of the same thing, right? Kind of the same thing. People were doing hella Gishki Sprite versions. But, yeah, I don't know. It's like, when they released Gishki, they banned Elf at the same time. So, no one actually ever got to do what they theorized. So, I think best here is to just wait until these come out. I think this stuff doesn't feel bad, but it also doesn't feel like crazy good yet. We'll see. I don't know. Someone sent this as well. Volcanic Emperor FTK. This is probably just a meme. Oh yeah, it's grass, of course. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. That was easy. I guess that works. Just snow banish 16 Volcanics and then summon Emperor for a game. That does work. All right. There's that. There's that. Then there's this, which this is not a new card, but this is the new regional playmat, and I just wanted to get your guys' opinion on it, and I also wanted to know what the hell this card is, because I do not know. I think it looks pretty dope, but I don't know what the card is. What card is that again? It's something from Cyberstorm Axis, but I forgot. I think it looks pretty cool, to be fair. Like, the new Amazement, okay. It's probably not going to be the most expensive or most sought after playmat, simply because the archetype is not that popular. As far as I'm aware, I don't know if Amazement is like a very popular archetype. I don't think so. I never really see it. It looks pretty cool though. So if you're a fan of the archetype, that must be pretty hype. That's that. Arlecchino is popular. Amazement is not. Well, okay. And then last but not least, we have a banger from yesterday. At least I think so. I haven't actually read the cards, but there's more Purrely cards. Even more. Argon Heals, thank you so much for the prime. There is even more Purrely support, which is kind of nuts. Because actually we could look at, has there been a new OCG metagame report? Road of the King. Let me see where Purrely is right now. OCG metagame report, that's from last week. Yeah, it's the best performing deck. It is already the best performing deck in the OCG. Tearlaman's still not dead, by the way. Tearlaman's still not dead, by the way. Please see the Purrely prices. Okay, I have not checked those in a long time. So, all right, I'm okay. I will. Now, what happens if I type Purrely into the search bar up here? The site refreshes. Okay, perfect. We have Pretty Memory. We have my friend Purrely. Oh, what are these prices, dude? Holy shit, they're hidden behind my head, but God damn. Bro. $30 for Pretty Memory. $34, the cheapest playset for my friend Purrely. Oh god. 47 for the main deck Purrely monster. Oh god damn, dude. God damn. I mean, let's be real. I am surprised by how expensive they are. But this is, once again, this does not happen very often here, so we need to really take advantage of it. But this is, once again, and this is why I need to repeat myself, I said this before. I told you this before. I told you I think these cards are actually going to become good cards. So I have my playsets. And I paid, like, in comparison to this, I paid pennies. Like, I think like $5 for these. I paid like $7 for this, I think. And like $8 or $9 was this thing when I got my playsets. Now, I only got a playset of each, so I'm not making like insane money off of it because I only have 3 that I'm gonna keep. But I mean, yeah, I guess now it's too late. Now it's too late. And I guess it's because two things. First of all, Purrely has been dominating the OCG metagame for a while now. I mean, it hasn't been dominating before the ban list, but it was already a good deck before the ban list, and now it's dominating. And like, I feel like everyone just, and my personal assessment is the same, honestly. I feel like Purrely is just a relatively safe investment right now. Right? Jesse made a video and it spiked that same day. I mean, I don't think that's the reason, because like the cards were spiking crazy before that too. It's just a mix of them being the best deck in the OCG now apparently, and them getting more support now, and like, you know, it's never just one video on YouTube that makes a card go crazy. Also, Vanquish Soul is here. That's cool. Vanquish Soul here is nice. It's like, Purrely, I think, is a pretty dope deck. Kashtira is Troll Despair. Super Heavy Samurai is Troll Despair. Vanquish Souls is really cool. Adamancipator is Troll Despair. Labyrinth is like kind of cool, but also Troll Despair. Branded is cool. Exo-Sister is Troll Despair. Tearlaments is like, why don't you freaking die? Mathmech we don't talk about. Sky Striker is based. So it's like half of this pie chart is based, half of this is Omega Troll Despair, which pretty much sums up the OCG. That's fair. They play Santa Claus. Why do they play Santa Claus over Bestials? Can someone explain that to me? You special summon it in defense, so you can make Zeus. Okay. Ooh, Vanquish Souls. They just played pure, dude. They just play pure Vanquish Souls with a couple of, you know, a fire Kurikara tech in there. Wind. You don't even need wind, okay. Crow because it's dark, I assume. Okay. Fair enough. All right. But that's not what this is about. This is not all that it's about. We need to talk about the new Purrely cards, because this is before the new Purrely cards. I just want to emphasize that. This deck is the most played deck in the OCG before these cards. So if these cards are any good, it's just going to go through the roof. Purrely Noir. Oh, so there's a little one for Noir now. If this thing mentions the... Oh, God. I was about to say, if this thing mentions Sleepy Memory, it's curtains. This card doesn't even have to have an effect. This card does not even need an effect now. Like, if just the fact that this mentions the Sleepy Memory is busted, I'm pretty sure. Okay, once per turn, you can discard a card, target a card your opponent controls, or up to 2 if this card has Sleepy Memory as material, return it to the hand. Up to thrice per turn, when you activate a purely quick play spell card, you can attach that card on the field to this card as material. Then you can set a purely trap directly from your deck. What do you mean? Oh. Huh. Oh, bro. This card is custom. What do you mean this card is a custom card? Who made that? Who made that card? Oh, God. Wait. Oh my God. That card is insane. That card is a custom card, dude. Chat, no matter, like, it doesn't matter. You're gonna need these. You have no option. Like, you look at this. Nah, oh, God. Good gracious. Oh, if there was any chance for Purrely not to be like the best deck or a top tier contender in the TCG because our format is different, that chance is now gone. This card is busted. This card is busted. Oh my God. I'm so happy that I have my Purrely core. This card is insane. The stupid thing is, I didn't even realize how busted it was because I was like, I read the first effect and I was like, okay, it's already good enough. And then I assumed the second effect was just the one where thrice per turn you can attach the quick play. I didn't even see this part, which is the best part of the entire card. Because you don't even need to draw your Purrely Leap anymore. You don't even need to use your Purrely Lily search on the trap card. You can just get multiple copies of each. There's another trap. Purrely Sharely, normal trap card. Target a Purrely XYZ you control. Special summon a level 1 Purrely monster from your deck, but its effects are negated. And if you do special summon from your extra deck a Purrely monster with the same rank as the targeted monster but different attribute by using the summoned monster as material, then you can take from your deck one card with the same name as a purely quick play spell attached to the target, attach it to the XYZ summoned monster as material. That's also busted. That's also really good. Kochi, thank you for the prime. I'll tell you how this is good. It's like, if you have a Sleepy Memory attached, which is the one that draws cards, to one of your XYZs, you just summon another XYZ, and you get another Sleepy Memory attached, and you draw another card in your opponent's standby phase. And it makes it even better. It's not once per turn. It is not once per turn either. Bro. Anyone remember when we talked about how are they going to make Yu-Gi-Oh decks even better than they are now? Like, okay, apparently they can. Apparently they can do that. Now, the thing is, I'm not actually sure if I hate this. I'm not actually sure if I hate this. Cause like I still think Purrely is like I still think Purrely is kind of a cool archetype. I still don't hate it. But Noir is kind of busted. Noir is kind of busted. Yeah. Garolor, think of it a 6 month. Is Ogre good against Purrely? Ogre seems okay on the continuous spell. Yeah. And sometimes you can use it on the XYZ monsters when they try to attach more spells, and that might be okay, you know? But the thing is, they don't have a problem of getting more XYZs out, but yeah. Now, those are some Yu-Gi-Oh cards of all time, dude. Get your, I mean, yeah, get your Purrely cores, I suppose, if you don't have them yet. And if you don't have them yet, Monka S, because yeah, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. We OCG players are so mad. They killed a lot of decks, but they did no hit to Purrely at all. Okay, yeah, I mean, it is true. No hit to Purrely on the recent ban list, and also releasing even more busted cards for it. So there's that. To be fair though, to be completely fair, I still think it's kind of. I act like I knew this was happening, right? I act like, oh, I told you to buy the Purrely cards, but in all fairness, it is pretty much impossible to predict because this is completely at the hands of Konami, basically. They make a first wave of cards, and you have to basically predict whether they're going to give them a broken custom card or not at this point, right? Because they can make every archetype completely busted if they just want to, right? They could have made us all play Libromancers if they just made the second wave of support better than what they did. They could have forced us all to buy War Rocks if they really wanted to, right? It's just that they didn't do that, right? Rescue Ace, right? On the one hand, from Amazing Defenders, you have Purrelys, and everyone that invested in Purrelys because they believed in it, they're like super happy right now. And everyone that maybe saw some potential in Rescue Ace is like in shambles, right? But in reality, it's like, it's arbitrary. They could have just made more busted Rescue Ace support instead of Purrely support, and then everyone would have been happy with their Rescue Ace cards. It's just kind of an arbitrary thing at this point. So it is what it is. It is gambling in a way. Yeah, I think investing in cards before knowing what kind of support they get and whether they're good, I think in all seriousness is gambling. And this is why I also don't do it in the way where or I don't do that anymore. I have done that in the past, but since months and years, I don't really want to do that anymore, where I don't get myself like a bunch of the cards and then try to make a profit off of it. That's not my business or whatever. Like I got myself a playset of the Purrely cards. That's it. And now I'm very happy that I did, right? Because sometimes I look at an archetype and I'm like, the cost of getting these cards right now is not that high. Like when Purrely released, like I said, this card was like $5. This card was also around $5, and this thing was around like 9 to 10. And I pulled like 1 or 2 of these cards in my in my box of Amazing Defenders. So we opened one box on stream, and I just bought the rest for like, I don't know, it was like $40 or something, maybe 50. I was like, yeah, I kind of like the concept behind this. I hope it's going to be good. I'm going to get myself a playset of these cards. So that's what I did. And like, I mean, yeah. I don't think you have to beat yourself up about it if you didn't do that. Because I honestly don't think anyone could have seen this coming. Because if anyone would have seen this exact thing coming, they would have bought more. If I knew this would happen, I could have probably bought more than a playset. But I didn't. So because I didn't know this was going to happen. So there's that. But yeah, I honestly, with these two cards being revealed, I don't see a world where Purrely is not the best deck by a landslide after Duelist Nexus in the OCG and probably also in the TCG. Not only because these cards are really good, but also because I think the concept behind Purrely is really strong. The concept behind Purrely is very, very well-rounded because the deck has all of its quick play spells are basically extenders, which gives the deck a lot of like playability going first and second. Super, like the deck is super consistent because it has so much. Like every single quick play spell is basically a starter. The deck has, I think, incredible room for non-engine and also incredible synergy with non-engine because the entire Purrely deck is about like drawing cards in your opponent's standby phase, right? So you can play hand traps really well. And that's just perfect because that's what makes a good deck, I think. Consistency, card advantage, synergy with hand traps, room for non-engine. All the recipes, like all the things come together, I think, in Purrely. And this is why I'm not at all, surprised that it's performing in the OCG, right? Even if you get Kaiju'd, right? Even if you get Kaiju'd on your Purrely monster, you still have already drawn a bunch of your cards, right? Right? The second wave made them great, and the third wave is going to push them too far. I can agree with that. I think the second wave is what would have made it a solid deck, like it is in the OCG right now. The third wave is going to make it busted. The third wave is good. The third wave, I think, is what's going to make people actually like actively complain about the deck when we get it. You know, this wave of support is the Ishizu cards to the tier elements. You know what I mean? I think. Maybe we get another rank 7 for Beauty and Plump. I mean, thematically, that would make sense. Thematically, that would make a lot of sense. But I don't know if they can do that. How can I test post Syac on DB? And sorry for the new question. No problem. There's no official ladder for it. You just have to build a deck with the cards and then play with friends, I think. Or like find people on like Discord servers. I'm sure you can find people on my Discord server, !Discord, to test with you if someone's interested. Yeah, but there's that. You can just build the deck and then you need to find people to play with. There's no ladder for it. Any theory on what the gold price support would be, or if you think they'll make the deck decent? Like, this is the same thing, right? This is the same exact situation that I was just talking about. I have no idea. How am I supposed to know? I don't know how if they want to, they can make gold pride completely busted. If they want to, they can just give them exactly what they need, and then we all are forced to play those cards. Or they give them like the Libromancer treatment, where half of the cards that they get as support is useless, or like the Goatee treatment, where it's just not good enough, right? It's like arbitrary. It's literally arbitrary. No idea what they're gonna do with Gold Pride. It's a gamble, right? It's just a gamble on whether you want to invest and bank on the fact that Gold Prides are going to be a thing. And I think it sucks because if you don't buy the cards, right? It's like you are kind of forced to gamble either way, because even if you decide not to get the cards, you're also in a way gambling, right? Because if then they actually make the deck good and you're forced to buy the cards, then you have to pay way more than what you would pay now. So even if you're not buying the cards now, you're essentially gambling, right? So I guess playing Yu-Gi-Oh in some way, shape, or form is just sometimes that. Dodo, thank you for the resub. Thank you for the prime. Appreciate that. Looking forward to Vanquish Souls? I am looking forward to Vanquish Souls as well. I think that is a cool looking deck. I also am looking forward to Purrely still. I think it's a little... The fact that X Purrely Noir is unaffected and non-once per turn puts cards to the bottom of the deck, I think is toxic. I'm a huge fan of the design of Purrely, except for Noir. Except for the rank 7 Noir. Everything else in that deck is pretty pog. I just think that they should have given the boss monster a less powerful effect. Or a less ignorant effect, let's say. Like unaffected, and being unaffected and then also being removal multiple times per turn is in my opinion very toxic. I think they should have balanced the X Purrely Noir a little bit better. I think they should have done... What they should have done, in my opinion, is they should have made X Purrely Noir worse. And then they should have made X Purrely Happiness a little bit better. So that instead of one card being incredibly busted, which is currently the case, you had two strong options where both are pretty good in each individual situation, right? Because right now we have X Purrely Noir, which is always busted, and X Purrely Happiness, which is pretty much always mediocre. Instead of both being more balanced between the two. I think that would have been a way better approach. All right. Have you seen the latest OCG meta report? Vanquish Souls did something? Yeah, we just looked at it. I think that's pretty promising. Well, half of it is promising. That's the thing. I look at this, like I said earlier, I look at this meta report here from Road of the King, and I'm like, half of these decks are really cool. Like Purrely, Vanquish Souls, Branded, Tearlament to an extent, Sky Striker to an extent, Labyrinth to an extent. Looking forward to these, but I'm not looking forward to Super Heavy Samurai, Kashtira still being a thing, Exo Sister, dude, Math Mech, get that out of here. I don't want that. Vanquish Soul seems like a deck that benefits a lot from Maxi being in the format. That is true. That is true. Vanquish Souls is a deck that I think is on the benefiting end of a Maxi. Yeah, I agree with that. At least from theory. Do you think the Super Heavy engine will be the next adventure engine? I think for us in the TCG, it could very well be like that. Yeah, I don't know exactly, but without Maxi... I could see a lot of decks just splashing these cards just to start their turn off with it, right? When you have no spells in the graveyard yet, you just start doing your Super Heavy Samurai stuff with 1-card starters. And then when you're done with that, you do your combos next to it. And we don't have Maxi, so we really don't have much to punish that. Unfortunately, it could be something like that, right? Make Barone and play your turn? Yeah, basically. It could be something like an adventure engine without the bricks, or like less bricks, because the high scale I think is still kind of like a brick in Super Heavy Samurai, but you have like more starters. I think compared to the adventure engine with the Super Heavy Samurai engine, you have more starters and less bricks. So I think that's better probably. The only downside is you cannot like prosperity into it, because then you have spells in the graveyard, and you cannot use it in the grind game, right? Because if you play a normal deck with spells and traps, or spells rather, you can only use it on turn 1, right? You can only use it on turn 1. But maybe that's like 90% of modern Yu-Gi-Oh! So there's that. I can see that being a thing. Kind of crazy adventure getting power crept so fast. I think that is very, very telling for the power creep in the game, that we have the adventure engine was something that everyone complained about a year ago. And no one could fathom how they made cards so good, right? And we were all like, when are they going to hit these? They were on every single ban list prediction a year ago. And they never touched it. They never did anything about it. And now, the adventure engine just feels like it's okay. You know what I mean? Which really, I think that is one of the things that just speaks volumes about like the power creep that's currently happening in Yu-Gi-Oh! Jero, thank you for the 7 months. Welcome back. They hit the stuff around it. They did hit the stuff around it, but it doesn't change the fact that the adventure engine was, for a large part, just a very strong individual package that a lot of decks, some decks comboed with it, but some decks also just played it because it was very good. A lot of decks, right? And they don't really do that anymore, except for like there's like very few adventure sprites and adventure cashiers. That's all I can think of, but they're not even like the best versions of the decks, right? Banlist discussion, that is something I have planned for this week. Not for the day, not for today, because we don't have time for that. We don't have time for that today, but I do have a banlist discussion lined up for this Wednesday. I have planned out the content for this week a little bit in advance, and we're going to do the banlist discussion this Wednesday for the current TCG format. Please don't touch Runick. I understand you. I understand you. I am on your side. I would also prefer them not hitting Runicks, but I can't be biased when doing these discussions. I think there should be a Runick hit. There should absolutely be a hit to Runick. As much as I hate to say it, but that should be a thing. That should be something. Master Duel Worlds, I know we've looked at the announcement earlier. We have already talked about the Master Duel Worlds. We've talked about most of the things that happened while I was gone now. I think we are nearing towards the end of talking about all the things that happened while I was gone. The only thing that I wanted, the only other thing I have prepared to look at, is the Legendary Collection reveals. Because that is something I'm interested in. The new structure? What's the new structure? When will you play Master Duel Tier Elements? Tomorrow. Tomorrow is when we do Master Duel Tier Elements. I already have it planned out. Legendary Collection so bad, is it? Is it really so bad? I haven't looked at it yet. Okay, where's the... What new structure deck are we talking? Structure deck Poles of the King first look. All right, I missed that one when I went through. YG Organization this morning. Oh, it's a Red Dragon Archfiend structure deck. Ooh, okay. Scar Red Dragon Archfiend. Level 8, 1 tuner plus a non-tuner dark monster. You can only use the second effect once per turn. This card's name becomes Red Dragon Archfiend. Okay. If this card is sent from the monster zone to the graveyard, you can special summon a Red Dragon Archfiend from your extra deck. Then, if this card was sent to the grave as a synchro material for a Dark Dragon Synchro, you can destroy all opponents' attack position monsters. That's not bad. That is surprisingly not bad. Because at the very minimum, this is like 2 level 8 monsters for a synchro strategy, right? It just turns into 2. It's kind of, yeah, you guys are saying it. It's kind of like a Chaos Ruler, where it's 2 level 8 bodies, but it doesn't give you the, you know, mill 5. And I guess going second, it just has this part of the effect, which sometimes is going to be insane. Sometimes this second effect is just insane. I like this card. I think that's a good card. It is relatively generic, non-tuner dark. You know, like Bestial Synchro. Hello. I like that. That's cool. Soul Resonator, level 3. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. If this card is normal or special, you can add a level 4 or lower Fiend monster from your deck to your hand, except Soul Resonator. Also, you cannot special summon monsters for the rest of this from the extra for the rest of this turn, except Dark Synchros. If a card you control will be destroyed by a card effect while you control Red Dragon Archfiend or a Synchro monster that mentions it, you can banish this card from your graveyard instead. Okay. Okay, this is a rekindling target, which is funny. Because it's 200 defense fire, right? So it's a rekindling target as a tuner, not bad. Adds a level 4 or lower Fiend from deck to hand. I don't know if there's any broken search target here. Locks you into Dark Synchros from the extra deck, which is kind of a heavy restriction. It's kind of a heavy restriction for most decks. Well, and then the second effect is just bonus. That almost never happens, I think. But it's alright, I think. Not a bad card. Bone Archfiend, level 4. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. If this card is in your hand or grave, you can send one other card from your hand or field to the graveyard. Special summon this card. Also locks you into Dark Dragon Synchros. You can target a face-up monster you control, send a Fiend Tuner from your hand or deck to the graveyard, and if you do, increase or decrease that target's level by 1. That's a pretty good card. It does lock you into Dark Dragon Synchros. It reminds me of, yeah, it reminds me of Unizombie, but for Fiends. And it has a little bit more restrictions. Lithium has a video on these. Okay, hold up. Where is that? 6 support. Red Dragon Archfiend. And it plays a bunch of them too. Hold up. I need to go left.
Guys, welcome back. So, new Red Dragon Archfiend support. It was revealed a couple of days ago, so let's take a look. This is the current deck.
Okay, this uses all of the new cards.
I'm rusty with the deck.
Why is there a Witch of the Black Forest?
Years ago. I can't remember when. So, you know, the lines I needed to refresh my memories, right? It took me a while.
Unironically using Red Resonator, kind of pog.
So it is what it is. New support, it's actually, for the deck, it's actually quite good. A new Resonator, one Soul Resonator, level 3 Tuner, a Searcher, basically a Stratos, while the other one, what is it? Bone. Which one is it? You know which one I mean. That one is actually busted. It's like an Armageddonite, you know, adds like a level, very similar to one of the Synchron monsters, right? So that's really cool. It's also, you know, a flexible level 4 monster. So there's, again, multiple lines. It kind of reminds me of DDDs in some way. Again, there are so many lines that, well, so many. There are less lines than DDDs, but I mean, you know what I mean, right? Like it's super important to know which
stuff is happening.
Let's say 2, you know, resonators you want to special summon from the deck, right? For example, and that
Red Supernova Dragon must first be synchro summoned. Actually, we can read it together. Must first be synchro summoned, gains 500 attack for each tuner in your grave, cannot be destroyed by your opponent's card effects. Once per turn, when your opponent's monster's effect is activated, or when an opponent's monster declares an attack, quick effect, you can activate this effect, banish this card, banish all cards your opponent controls.
It's important because, again, it's either level 1, 2, or 3, for example, that, you know, the tuners, etc. Because of your level 8, 9, level 10, or maybe even level 12 synchro play. So that's important. So, you know, it's not a deck that you can instantly pick up, I feel. So as you saw in the deck list, 40 cards, Sharp. Thrust, I guess, for this deck is a staple. Same for Crossout, simply because Nibiru is a huge counter for this deck. I mean, you have Dispater, again, well, it's not alone. it's more than an extender, right? It also could potentially negate Nibiru, but your opponent needs to have like a banished card to send back to the deck to negate the activated monster effect. So I guess the new support doesn't really change too much, as in, you know, your end. Well, no, it's not really true. It's. I guess it makes the deck more consistent, but it doesn't solve, you know, for now, because again, we can expect more support.
If the only other monster you control is exactly one Dark Dragon Synchro, you can special summon 2 Resonators from hand or deck. That's pretty good.
But for now, it doesn't really solve the core problems. It makes the deck more consistent. It you know, gives the deck more options, especially this new level 8, the Scar Red one. When it's like sent to the graveyard, you can special summon the OG Red Dragon from your extra deck. So it's basically a free level 8 synchro, I guess. And that's really solid. That's cool. Especially, you know, with the interaction of, or at least with Dispater, with Bane, for example, you know, Sound Reborn. So, you know, it's really cute. It's really, really solid. What is it? I forgot the name of the level 2 Wind Tuner. You know, you can search it with Witch, for example. It kind of opens up, as you see, potential level 10 synchro play during your opponent's turn, and that's Baron. Because, again, some of them are, at least, especially the Bone one, the new one, it locks you, what is it, into Dark Dragons for the rest of the entire turn? I think so. And there's more of those, you know, small limitations. So you can't, most of the time, you can't go for Baron during your turn. So that's why it's there, right? The hop ear, you know which one I mean. Anyway, so I guess this is, you know, this is a solid field. You have, I guess, the, what is it? Ooh, the Hot Red. Far left, level 9, you know, for like a face-up negation. Baron, I think, was already forced out. I mean, this is fine, right? You can't go for Zeus, so like Sky Cavalry, that's cool. Smashers, that's also fine, simply because I still have so many follow-up play left. And that's, I think, again, one of the advantages of this deck. You can, you know, establish your board with a couple of synchros, with Bane level 10, with maybe the level 9, with Dispater, some interruptions here and there, potential hand trap. Oh, but you have so many follow-up plays after that, because, you know, you could recur with
Dispater is such a good card, dude.
Next turn. The level 4 I have here in the hand, next to the, what is it, the far left now, the level 4, again, these names, I know their effects, but, you know, it has been a while.
What was your thoughts on that new Red Dragon Synchro? I think it looks pretty good, honestly. I don't know. I don't think this deck as a concept is convincing yet, but these cards are definitely solid. Like, it's actually solid. I think the Resonator stuff with this guy now, like, it feels okay, honestly. Isn't there actually a isn't there a card that's just Pot of Greed if you have Red Dragon Archfiend? I remember as a kid trying to build around that card, unironically. But that's a while ago. Red Dragon Archfiend. Red Dragon Vase. Yeah. Oh, but there's a catch. There is a small, just very minor catch on this card. If you control a Red Dragon Archfiend, draw 2 cards. You cannot normal or special summon monsters the turn you activate this card and until the end of your opponent's turn after this card is activated. Ah. That is yeah, a very minor little small downside that I forgot about. just a small yeah, just a small downside. Okay. Yeah, okay, forget about that. Forget about that. But okay, there's that. Solid support, I think. Solid support. Probably not meta-defining, is my guess, but solid. All right, let's look at the legendary collection. I have heard. I was actually looking forward to this. The retro legendary collection kind of thing, 25th anniversary, but so far I've heard very, very bad feedback on this, and so I thought, why not just look at the Ruxin opening and make... I just want to see how it is. Like, I don't actually know anything about this yet.
It's finally here! Legendary Collection 25th Anniversary. What's up, guys? We're back with another new Yu-Gi-Oh! Opening. In this video, we have the long-awaited, much-anticipated Legendary Collection 25th Anniversary. I'm super excited to open this. I've done a few videos talking about what we've seen and what we've speculated on, but now we finally get to see them in person. So what I have here is a display, which...
OER, thank you for the 10 months. Welcome back. Don't follow that advice, by the way. Do not.
There are 4 of these in a case. So inside, I think we're going to get 5 or 6 of the ones that you saw the early openings for. Means we're going to get a bunch of different packs.
Okay, so you get a pack of like all the old sets, which I think is pretty cool. I haven't...
In this video,
I know the old sets have been reprinted before, but I don't remember the last time I've actually seen one of those that wasn't like incredibly expensive. One of those packs, but...
including the 25th anniversary secret rares. Let's get into
it. As a day one boomer, I was hyped for this, but it's very disappointing. Okay, so I've heard that a lot, and I don't actually know why, because I haven't seen it yet. So I'm gonna see why people are disappointed.
So a quick view inside, we do get 5 of these Legendary Collection boxes, which means we're going to get 5 25th anniversary secret rares. We're going to get, 5 times 6 total packs. So we're going to get 30 packs inside. So pretty sweet. These are basically packaged in the same formatting as like Gold Series, where you get 4 of the displays per case, and then inside you get 5 of the mini boxes. But instead of like Gold Series, where you only get like 3 or 4 packs, instead we get 6 packs. So it's a lot different there. We're going to open this up. Okay, all the packs are kind of like that. Oh, there's our promo inside. Don't forget that. Kind of the most interesting part here. I mean, maybe. Depends on if you like those reprints or not. Okay, so first of all, we're going to save our promo for the end of these 6 packs. Let's see what we can get. So we have our 25th anniversary. They are labeled with the 25th anniversary logo on the packs. So all of those look like. We'll give you guys a quick look at these. And for the first...
I mean, I will say one thing. The packs, they look pretty cool to me. The packs look pretty nostalgic. So far, we haven't looked at the cards yet, but the packs look pretty hype.
Let's do our order. Of course, Metal Raiders. Gotta be back there. Let's do a little bit of this action, something like this. All right, Dark Crisis. Here we go. Let's see what these new cards look like, because we saw already that they're gonna have a little bit. Oh yeah, they look like the new cards. Very interesting.
No, they have the new print. Oh, god damn it. They have the new print. I see what you're saying now. Okay. I see what you're saying. I don't like that either.
Let me know in the comments what you think about that, guys. Also, to enter the giveaway, I forgot to say, just leave a comment down below.
I don't like that either.
DD Warrior Lady. So
this is not a Dark Crisis DD Warrior Lady. Nah. Okay, yeah, nah.
We have a super rare with the new printing. Looks so much different. It's
That's
very interesting. All right, I was trying to find the exact DD Warrior Lady, like an old school one, so I could compare, but I don't know where I put them. Here's another old school card, so we kind of see the difference here. So this is a Metal Raiders card, so it's not the exact same set. Maybe if I could find, we could pull like a Kazugen, that'd be great. But as you can see, like the new foil, it's a little bit different, The overall card like type is a little bit different. They changed it all. I mean,
the thing is, I don't actually hate the new print of Yu-Gi-Oh cards. I don't actually hate it. I just think that it kind of defies the purpose of this specific set, because for like 99% of the cards in here, you don't buy them because you want to play them. You buy them to feel nostalgic. But if a card, like, in order for me to feel nostalgic, the card needs to look like how I remember it. You know what I mean? Davida Magri, thank you for the raid. Welcome, everybody. Welcome.
As you can see, it's a little darker on the border, stuff like that. But not a huge overall change, but it definitely looks a lot more like a new card than it does like an old school card. But hey, we'll take it. A super rare already. That is not bad at all. Let's see if we can continue that luck and pull something crazy. We have Sonic Bird, Fairy's Hand Mirror, Tyone number 2, Ceremonial Bell, Gravekeeper Servant, Spear Cretin, Twin Long Rods number 2, Mystic Tomato, and an Upstart Goblin. So Upstart Goblin, another reprint for that. Pretty nice card. Probably not going to be $1 anymore now that there's so many flooding the market. Pharaoh's Servant up next.
Speaking of Upstart Goblin, is there any solid reprints in here? Is there any... like I'm trying to think of like. Oh, now I'm getting extra mad. Now that I said that, because the first cards that came to my mind, I was like, hey, maybe they reprint Trap Dust Shoot, maybe Royal Oppression. There's some old cards that could need a reprint. But bro, there's no Pharaonic Guardian. And there's no Legacy of, what is it called? Legacy of Darkness. They're just not there, right? There's no Oppression. There's no Trap Dust Shoot. Bro, there's like almost nothing that's like good. Like, okay, there's Delinquent Duo. Is Duo expensive before this? There's also no Metamorphosis. There is Judgment, because Judgment is in Metal Raiders. Duo was pricey. Okay, then I guess Duo is a solid reprint.
Will
but
it be an epic
I'm kind of mad that there's no Pharaonic Guardian and Legacy of Darkness. Like, why not?
I really like, because it's the new print. It's pretty, I could say. And we have a Bubonic Vermin. So not that time, just one foil so far. All right, Invasion of Chaos. Also, I am going to have a link down below to Sassiato's
I do want to have a look at the promos too, because that's like the one thing that's left. Like maybe that rescues everything.
Inferno, Brickle Fairy, Dark Triceratops, and an Ojama Delta Hurricane. All right, here we go. Kumutoko, Fiend Reflection number 2, Basic Insect, Umi, Succubus Knight, Beast Fangs, Numiruko, Flower Wolf, and Right Leg of the Forbidden One, Legend of Blue Eyes. That is so weird. It looks like it's.
I respect the poll, but once again, that does not look like an LOB Right Leg of the Forbidden One. It's just not.
Lady and a Right Leg of the Forbidden One. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Can we pull something? So I like how it's only 1, 2, 3 from the back.
Elatic, think of it as 6
pack tricks. You don't have to like. The Cousin Moth has been pulled. We will be setting that aside. One of the best. Yadukaru, Jiragumo. Oh, and the Pequeño Moth in the very first Metal Raiders pack. More access to Pequeño Moth. Good job, Konami. You've crushed this product. Magician of Faith and Block Attack. All right, our first set of promos. Here we go. We know it's not a God card because the back would kind of give that away. So we know it's either Red Eyes, Blue Eyes, or Dark Magician. I'm open for Blue Eyes personally. Let's see what we can get. We have, of course, the regular promos, the God cards. Dragon Raw, very cool. Blue Eyes Black Dragon, Dark Magician, Red Eyes Black Dragon, and the Dark Magician.
Those look pretty good. I'll say it. I'm disappointed up until this point, but those look pretty good. I like those. I like those. I think those look pretty fine. They're like Starlights. Yeah, it's okay. Technically, they're not Starlights because they are called, what is it called? 25th anniversary rare or some shit. Like, it's called differently. It's not called Starlight Rare, but it is technically a Starlight Rare. The only difference is I think the letters are golden, which on a regular Starlight I don't think they are. Quarter Century Rare, that's what they're called. Yeah, they have golden lettering and they have the stamp down here.
Wow,
if you can, I don't know if you can tell.
All right, guys, I want to compare this to a regular Starlight since you know, there's so much contention around them. Okay, let's see. So this one,
so the Starlight has silver lettering. The regular Starlights have silver lettering. The Quarter Century ones have gold lettering, which I don't personally mind. I think it's fine. And the stamp, I also don't mind. I think these look fine. I think they look fine, honestly.
Much like the lines are really big. Like they're super shot. Like it looks like a tic-tac-toe board on here. Versus here, it's a lot more like small lines going. So it does have a different look to it. Of course,
it does look a little bit different in terms of the foiling effect, right?
Lettering on the Dark Magician, silver lettering.
Like they're more the tic-tac-toe thing is a little more sharp on these rather than here. It's more like flowing.
Exodius a little bit different there. Then of course the stamp is different. So these are not the exact same. That is nice. At least they look a little different. I mean, obviously they're very similar. These.
I'm not a fan of giving away Starlights like that. No, I don't agree with that. I don't know why Starlights should only be for the people that have like hundreds to spend on cards. I don't know why a rarity always needs to be like, you know, reserved for only the rich that actually can spend like hundreds of bucks on a card. I think it's fine to have certain cards in that rarity. I mean, they're not reprint. I would understand you if they printed like cards that already had a Starlight Rare print again with this print. Like if there was like I don't know, someone bought a Mirror Jade for 500 bucks or whatever, and now they're reprinting Mirror Jade in here. But they're not doing that. They're just printing like iconic
Even more
cards here
shiny
with
than the
this
Starlights, which is a
rarity.
good or a bad thing depending on who you are. But overall, a very pretty
Like
looking
Zeus,
card.
or
Gonna
are
be a
they
nice
doing that with Zeus? Are they doing that with Zeus?
collection for people. I'm excited for the other 20.
Wait, this is a misprint as well. This is a misprint. It says Oscuridad. It doesn't say dark. On here.
25th anniversary secret rares as well. But you guys can
Did y'all see that?
Starlights, which is a good or a bad thing depending on who you are. But overall, a very pretty looking card.
Yeah, it says it definitely says Oscuridad.
Going to be a nice collection for people. I'm excited for the other
Or
25th anniversary
Oscarita.
secret rares as well. But you guys can win all of these, by the way. So that could be.
Is that
yours. All right,
intended?
next box. Let's see what we can get.
Let's see
we gotta
the
start
next
off with the old
promo
spell
thingy.
ruler. We have Obelisk, Slifer, Winged Dragon of Ra, Blue Eyes White Dragon, Dark Magician, Red Eyes, and the Red Eyes Black Dragon.
Yeah, it
There we
has all. It's the same thing.
go. Red Eyes and Dark Magician together. We won't be able to get the whole set in here.
Why
because
does
there's
it
6
do
different ones.
that?
There's only 5 boxes, but we might get close. 3 boxes. Let's go.
Why does it have? Oh, he pulls actually. Okay. He pulls a Trihorn.
Secret rare. All right, guys, I found a few things to compare to. So first of all, I have a very old, this might even be a, I can't tell.
Playground near mint.
Maybe it's not wavy. This isn't original. Obviously, it's got damage to it, but secret rare Trihorn Dragon. You compare this OG Unlimited. This is like old school to this. I mean, even the untrained eye, you might have never seen Trihorn in your life. You can see a huge difference between these two cards. And that's because this is a 2002 original print, and this is a 2023 25th anniversary reprint. Huge difference. And along the way, they slowly start looking more and more like each other. But this is like the polar opposites right here. And then I also found some more right leg of the forbidden ones. So we have 3 different ones. Can you guys tell which one is which? Give you a couple seconds.
Okay, left is, I think, the oldest. I mean, the right one is obviously the new. I don't know what the difference between the other two is. Maybe this is like DB1. Was that also ultra rare? I'm not sure. Or like a reprint of LOB.
So this is the 25th anniversary. Very, very different. This is the 2017 reprint. So this is a reprint as well. And then this is an old...
I didn't know they did
I
a
would guess
2017
2003
reprint.
tin or a unlimited print. They're very, very similar. They look basically the exact same. So 2003 tin, if you open a tin, you pulled it out Legend Blue Eyes, or an unlimited booster box. So as you can see, they all have a little bit of a different sheen to them, a little bit of a different color. This is the old style, but it has that lighter color.
Yeah, I think the middle one was the way to go.
This is the new style and also a lighter color, so it's very, very easy to tell these. All right, guys, last pack. After that little tutorial, you know, of old prints and stuff like that.
They look the same. How did you notice? They don't look the same, dude. If you've been around that long, they don't look the same to me.
Those. Let's see what Metal Raiders has. Pumpkin, Insect Soldiers, will it have another Pequeño, Rocco Regrado, Kaminari Attack, Stimpack, Harpy Lady, Little Chimera, and the Leo Gun. And now we have our pack. So I saw what's on the back, so I'll spoil it for you. It is a like we have the Slifer, Winged Dragon of Ra, Blue Eyes White Dragon, Dark Magician, Red Eyes, and the Winged Dragon of Ra.
What does it say?
Ah, very beautiful. I personally think the
tell.
Obelisk looks the best. I saw Obelisk be pulled, and it looks amazing, so I hope we can pull that one today. Okay, 2 more boxes. So far, we pulled 4 foils out of, how many packs is that? 18 packs? So,
I want to see.
yeah,
I want to
still
know
not
about
crazy
this
great pull
reprint.
rates.
I want to know why they did
Obelisk
that.
the Tormentor. I mean,
I
we
know.
pulled
I
it
want to
right
know
here,
why
so
it is
we
that.
want the big one, the 25th anniversary. I see some sheen from that 25th anniversary rarity. Here we go. Obelisk, Slifer, Winged Dragon of Ra, Blue Eyes, Dark Magician, Red Eyes Black Dragon, and another Winged
Show me
Dragon of
closer.
Ra. All right, cool stuff, but we have one more legendary collection. Let's do this. Let's see if we can get that Obelisk out of here. So far we haven't pulled the Blue Eyes, Obelisk, or Slifer. Will we pull? It's open this week, so keep tuned. I was gonna say stay tuned, but then I said keep, so I had to keep going. All right, Slifer, let's see. If you guys have enjoyed the video, make sure to subscribe to the channel for more epic content, especially this week coming out. Here we go, Dark Magician, Red Eyes, and will it be the Obelisk? Oh, the Blue Eyes White Dragon! Oh,
This one's also Spanish. I'm pretty sure it says Luth. Not
my
like.
goodness, that is beautiful. So you
Yeah,
guys can
it says
win
Luth.
everything pulled in this video, including these beautiful 25th anniversary secret rares. Just like the video, be subscribed to our
Why does it do
notifications.
that?
I'll see you
How
guys in the next
random?
one. Shout out to Tonefo Show, Daxter, JT Cho, Puffins of Doom.
How random is that? What a random misprint to have the attribute be the wrong language. How on earth does that happen? How on earth does that happen? I don't understand. There's probably some like, we'll probably never know how that happened because they're not gonna tell us. Yeah, sorry, this is what happened. Sorry about that. They're probably not gonna do that. So we're never gonna know. But I think that's probably an interesting story of like what the hell happened there that made the attributes Spanish. Did we take a look at the new Mikanko stuff? We have. I think now we are up to date. We've looked at everything that I missed during my vacation. Yeah. You know when a Spanish printer meets an English one and they like each other? Yeah, okay. I see. All right. Okay. And that is all that we needed to check out for today. All the things that I have missed. It is almost 4:30. So there's not really any point in like, yeah. I think we might just call it a day for today. I think that's what we're gonna do because I have nothing else prepared. About the Edison tourney, will you cast it? I will not cast my Edison tournament, or it's not really my Edison tournament. I'm just helping promote it and helping, you know, finding participants and whatnot. I will be there and I will play. Tiers tomorrow. We will do tiers tomorrow. One thing we can do is we can prepare for that by opening some packs. I need to see if I have to update Master Duel though. I have already opened some packs on vacation. I couldn't resist. So I have no gems left. So I think I'm gonna have to... Yeah, unfortunate things need to happen. Yeah, I do need to... Hold up. Did Nico win the German Open with the same deck list you played at the 250th? I don't know if Nico played the exact same list again. I have 3 gems. I have 3 gems. That's not that many. And we need... Let me see what I need. I already pulled a couple things. I have 3 Kaleido Hearts, Pog. I have 1 Rule Kalos. I have 1 Rhino Heart. I have 1 Purrely Rhino, 1 Scream, 1 Kid Kalos, and no Sharons. So I need 2 Sharons, 1 to 2 Screams, and at least 1 more Rhino Heart. Are we thinking 10 packs, 20 packs? I'll be optimistic. We'll do 10. We'll do 10 packs, and then I think I have some leftover ultra rares. Surely it will be fine. Surely it'll be fine. Whirlwind, thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. I'll give you a Gamba. You know what? Where is the prediction? Start prediction. How many URs? You have 30 seconds to predict. And then we Gamba. I'm pretty sure I have some leftover ultra rares. Did you dismantle Fountain and Tip for extra gems? Oh no, I haven't. Can you still do that? Can I still do that? Yes? Okay, nice. Okay, then we should be set. Maybe I shouldn't even... Okay, I probably didn't even need to do that then. All right. Let's go. Not looking too hot. Melfi Mommy. All right. New duel passes out. Oh yeah, I need to get that. All right. Very nice for my tier limit deck. The colors and animation are absolutely pointless and mean nothing. It's frustrating every time. Like, what the hell did they give me all these special effects for? Like, exactly when you wrote that in chat, they decided to give me Utopia and, like, yellow back for nothing. Why is Hipster? Thank you for the Prime. Looking like a 1 UR situation. Oh, I spoke too soon. Perfect. We have all the Amazonas for... That's exactly what I was looking for. All right. Steering contest. Pog. Okay. I need to get the new duel pass. That is 700 gems. I do not own 700 gems. Cool. I need to grind for those, I suppose. Create new. Runick. Fountain I can dismantle one, and tip I can dismantle. Bonus points up. Dismantle, bonus points up. Okay. Is there anything else on the ban list that I can dismantle for extra? Oh, I missed my opportunity on this one. Floodgates? Which one? Skill drain. I think I have skill drain. Yeah, I have skill drain. Dismantle. Skill drain. Do I have Gozen? I have Gozen. I only have one, but I should still do it probably. Rivalry. I have rivalry. Okay. Dismantle all extra cards. Ultra rare. Oh. Pepe D angle. That might already be enough. I mean, I can even keep these for now. Wait. Dismantle selected cards. Like this, right? Actually, this, and this can go. 5. Dismantle. Go to 160. That should be fine. Don't dismantle the glossy. I'm not a huge fan of the glossy effect. I like the royal effect, but I don't care about the glossy. Okay. Here, lament. Sharon. 2 Havness. 2 Scream. No, wait, this is Meta Noise. Is this Sulliak? It's Sulliak. Okay, Sulliak. 2 Merly. We definitely need 2 Sharons. We definitely need second Scream. We probably also need second Rhino. I don't know if I'm gonna make a third Rhino or a third Scream yet. This. Oh yeah, Kid Kalos. Lol. Mud Dragon. Elf. Terraforming. Instant. Maxi. Will you play Zodiac tier? Is Zodiac tier a thing? I haven't kept up with anything that happened in Master Duel after the release. I have not. I don't know. Orange Light. Orange Light seems okay, even though you only have 9 Ishizu cards. But like, you have 9. Yeah, it's fine. Jesse won MCS with 3 Zoos in the extra deck? Oh, okay. Just as like rank 4 options. With like, I assume you play like this one because it needs 2 level 4s. You play this one because it makes Zeus, and you play Trident. Yeah, that makes sense. Dweller. Zeus. Redoer. Oh, that's an Ultra. Do you play Redoer still? You probably do. Dark. You could play Diviner. I don't know if you want to, though. There's no Bestials, but you probably play DD Crow now. You probably play DD Crow if you expect mirror matches. Talents. Seems pretty good. Third Scream, third Rhino is probably... It's probably necessary to play these. Okay, I need more Ultras. Ah. Snow? I mean... You could play a Snow? Yeah, you probably do. I'm looking at the list that won MCS. I probably just a solid starting point. I don't know exactly why there's a gigantic sprite. I guess it's just a way you can turn... Just like Big Zeus, right? Like, you can turn Elf or Dark into a gigantic, into a Zeus, I guess. I don't know what else you would even need, to be honest. And then we could finish it off with Imperm. That seems fine. Ishizu tier. The only problem I see is we need 50 more URCP. Dismantle selected. I don't want to dismantle most of these cards. Let me just pull the ones I need. That did not go as planned. Well, we got 10 CP closer. Single pulls are very bad. I know, I know. No material. One deer node. Stop coping on Lightsworn cards. You will never get me to dismantle my Royal Rare Charge of the Light Brigade. Stop. No. Libromancers. I mean, I can get rid of one of the field spells. And Power Tool Braver Dragon, I guess. Yeah, okay. All right, we are ready. We are ready. I didn't plan on playing any today, but I guess I have time for one. One singular, one shot, one opportunity to seize everything we ever wanted. What the hell is attribute for? Only these 4 attributes allowed? Okay. Not edit deck. See if I remember how to play Tearlaments. It's been a while. It's either Tier Mirror or Tier Hate in Macedul right now. I mean, that makes sense. Oh, I didn't change accessories. Rookie mistake. I opened Purrely Rhino. I'm the best. Okay. It's 44 cards. Probably tier. I would guess. We're being ashed. All right. I did not open Purrely Rhino. I was joking. Rhino Heart effect. All right, and we pass. Cool, 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 cool. Cool, cool, cool. We set one middle because they always play middle, and one to the right. Havness will save us. Yeah, no worries. Ireland, thank you for the 10 months. Welcome back. Almost back at 900. Thank you so much. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, yeah. All right. Okay. Hmm. I don't know what that means. I will just activate Havness. Summon a level 4 spellcaster. Well, we did get it twisted. Do I activate both? I probably do. Ooh. Can you resolve both? I was afraid of them playing Crow as well, because they seem to be hand trap heavy. I could just now that one resolved, I could just make a Kaleido Heart with the 2 in the graveyard. Since I'm not gonna be milling this turn anyways, it doesn't matter that I have triggered both now. Hit, then Kaleido. I would have to fuse away the Rhino Heart then. The Rhino Heart then. Okay, nice. Nice Exo Sister deck. Very nice Exo Sister deck. Bro, Exo Sister is so bad. Exo Sister is so bad. Change accessories? True. Change accessories. Like this one. 3 main cards. Change the 3 main cards. Pop. 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 Alright. You know what? I said one game, but I feel like that doesn't count. That does not count. We go again. We go again. I dismantled all the Exo Sister cards I ever pulled. Understandable. Ah, we are goated. We drew instant fusion. Okay. All right, let me think about the sequencing here. Do we just start it off with instant fusion? I feel like we do in this case. This feels like an instant fusion angle. Pirate Spy, thank you for the 2 months. I did have a great week off. Thank you. Welcome back. Okay, I see. Annoying. It's like... It's notable we don't play any outs to Maxi, right? We don't play Ash. We probably just add Sulliak here. Add a Saliak to hand. The thing is, this dies in the end phase, right? From instant fusion, so we don't have a tier right now. I could just normal summon Purrely as my target for Saliak. It's probably normal summon Purrely. Just like... I could also give them one more card, make Rule Kalos. That's not the worst. Give them a draw for Rule Kalos, question mark. But then I don't get to mill 5 from Kid Kalos. I would like to mill 5 in the end phase. I like the fact that I get to mill 5. If I normal summon Purrely, I can mill Scream as well. I think I like that. Milling 5 puts Shufflers into the grave in case it's a mirror match. And now I still have the option to summon Rule Kalos for a draw. Summon Rule Kalos for a draw. No. If I hit a tier in the end phase, I still have the option to make Rule Kalos. Rhino Horde. We did hit a Shuffler. So if it is a mirror match, the Shuffler is worth something. Foolish. Yeah. Looks like a mirror match, maybe? Oh no, it's not. Okay. Tragedy. Okay. Branded. It could be branded tier elements as well. It was 40 cards flat though. Very hard to fit branded tier elements in 40 cards flat. I think. They added ad libitum. That's not a good sign. That means their hand is probably already busted as hell. Discard Adlib for opening. Summon Royal Aluber, I respect that. I'm pretty sure we Saliak that thing. Yes. The reason why I want to Saliak it is because it lets me summon Rule Kalos. And they can't dodge it with branded in red. Yeah, let me introduce you to the Ishizu cards, my friend. That's not gonna work, brother. Adlib, Tragedy, Opening. All go back. Unless you have Bell, then you get wrecked by that DD Crow. Okay. I mean, it dodges the Saliak, but... Nah, that's not that great. I mean, like, yeah, it works. It works, but like... Okay. I still get the Rule Kalos to negate your branded fusion. The last card in hand needs to be basically a Crow now, or a Called By, to stop the... Okay, another Maxi. That's not gonna cut it. They need to draw an out to this, basically. They need to draw an out to Rule Kalos now. Set 1. Allure Blind. Oh, God. Good God, no. Thank you. Thank you. End phase. Cool. Cool story. Ooh, another crow. Alright, this game is omega over. This game is so over. I can't even explain how over this is. Actually, let's see. I can probably figure out how to kill this turn. Rhino Heart. Actually, I don't know if it is. Rhino Heart, I mean, has to be. Surely. Actually, I could have Sully-acted the Masquerade with the rule colors just to make sure it don't burn. A billion life points. I could do that now still. Just to make sure they are. The thing is, I don't even have to kill them here. I feel bad doing all this because like it would be so much easier to just not kill them and just like not go for game, just go Kaleido Heart the back row. Run over Masquerade and just win. But this is more fun. The back row is branded fusion, yeah. Kid Colors add. Scream. Kid Kalos itself, bring back Rhino Horde. We can't use the Rhino Horde, but we still get to mill 8 because Kid Kalos mills 5 and Scream mills 5. I could have sent Merly with Kid Kalos, but this way it's better, I think, because we now have the Merly in the deck to hit it. And the Scream also mills 3, it's the same thing. Alright, show me them triggers. Okay, we have Sharon. Do I activate the Kelbeck? You know what? I will activate the Kelbeck. I don't think it's correct by any means to activate this Kelbeck, but I will. Just for your entertainment. Why not? I don't think anything can go wrong at this point. Ah, Agido as well. Pog. What did I mill? Saliak, Scream, Agido. Cool, 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 cool. This Rhino Horde on the field. This thing, Sharon. Yeah, Guido I'm not gonna activate just to save time. Just grab Sharon and summon it. Oh, they can bring back Aluber. I have Crow for that. I can also just rule Kalos negate that, yeah. Oh no, not a graveyard effect. Oh, we hit Purrely Pog. Last name magic. Oh, we had snow too, Pog. Very cool. I don't think this deck needs snow, to be honest. I'm not sure if you should play it. All right, banger of a game. Snow is infinite rank force. I mean, the thing is, I think in the mirror match, like Snow plays into the shufflers even more. It's really hard to get to a big graveyard in the mirror. And I think at the point where you have a Snow in the grave and you get to load up your graveyard to actually use it, you're probably winning already. It's not a bad card in this deck, but it might be a win more card in this current metagame. Yeah. Thank you for the 5 months. I think they do, but you probably have to get a ticket and they will probably be limited. So you have to like look out for that, I think. I don't know exactly how they do it this year, but I think for the World Championship in Berlin, there was definitely a possibility to get a ticket. And I remember I've been to Worlds in Japan and they did have spectators, I think. Try to remember. I think they might have something like that going on. But I'm not for sure. I run Droplet instead of Imperm in case of Dweller. That is a fair point. Yeah, I don't hate that. We're going to try more of this tomorrow. But for now, we're going to have to call it a day. Like I said, I have some plans for the rest of the day and I need to get going. Yeah, that wraps up the stream. I hope you enjoyed. I'm glad to be back. I missed this. I really did. I'm glad to be back for sure. I want to see how this plays out in Master Duel tomorrow. Yeah, I had a great time on vacation, but it feels very good to be back. Thank you all for watching. Thank you all for the follows, all the subs, all the support. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I hope to see all of you tomorrow. Let me see where I send you guys to. I'll send you guys to Farfa. I haven't rated Farfa in over a week. Yeah, all right. You guys enjoy the rest of your day. I hope to see you guys tomorrow. And until then, thank you for watching. And bye-bye. Peace, everyone. Say hi to Farfa. And see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.